What's up, people? Can you hear me? There we go. Still trying to figure out what I'm doing. What's going on, everybody? Any questions you want to go through to start off? JM Press Gang. Tips on Mentor maxing. Um, Middle part, get a mustache going. I think you're pretty much good. Thoughts on unilateral leg work? Um, it can be a lot mentally, so I'd use it sparingly, but it can work pretty well, especially if you might have some imbalances. I typically don't do it or program it, but it's a valid way to train if that's what you like and you're good with taking a little extra time to do some more volume. What's up, Landon? Yeah, what's up, boys? And any girls, if there's any girls here. But we have 64 people, and based on my channel stats, I think that would put us at about zero point 0.6 women in this live stream so far. Sounds about right. Oh, these are moving fast. I don't know if I can keep up with this, guys. Will you ever do cardio? Yeah, I play hockey. That's my main source of cardio. I do some fast walking every day, whether it's a walk outside or a walk on my little treadmill that I have upstairs. And then I do a decent amount of like hiking and that kind of stuff too. But I do want to start playing hockey more. So I think I'm thinking about joining another league as well. Where's the StreamYard bird? Oh, she flew away, guys. I don't know if she's coming back till the next tier list. I appreciate you doing these. I'm a new follower. Was wondering how you could estimate RPE correctly. I suck at it in programs I got. Have it on. I am not a beginner. So you are going to have to understand what your definition of failure is, whether you're going to muscular failure or technical failure, and you have to decide how much technique breakdown you're going to allow. You're also going to have to get used to training to failure on occasion, so you can actively have a reference point for your RPE judgment. So I would make sure that the biggest thing here is going to be safety. You have to make sure that you're failing on a lift in a safe way. There's some that are safer than others. If you fail a lateral raise, you're not really going to hurt yourself or anybody. But if you're alone on a bench press in your basement, that's a different story. So make sure you have your safety protocol set up and comfortably, safely go to failure. And then you can kind of have that reference point for obviously future reference. Hey, man, cheers from Mexico. Thanks for the vids. I have learned a lot. Thanks, man. Chat's jumping around a little. Come on, chat. Hello from Morocco. Ooh, Morocco. That's a pretty sweet place. My brother was just out there not too long ago. Here we are. Your newish haircut looks great, Mr. Basement. I still haven't told my barber that I have this channel, so I have to just send him screenshots of the comment section of the first video I made with the haircut, and the amount of compliments I got on it is insane. Like, huge shout out to the barber. He knows what he's doing. Should I bulk at about 15% body fat or should I recomp? I've been working out for about a year. If you're at 15% and it's an honest 15%, I would go for a lean bulk. In most cases, I'd suggest aim to gain pound and a half a month, 3/4 of a kilo if you use kilos, and that should be very appropriate. You could try recomping and see if you can progress at maintenance. It can work, but it won't work forever. So you just have to be ready to practically assess your progress and make sure you know when to bump those calories up. You don't want to spin your wheels excuse me, for too long. So it couldn't hurt to go into a surplus, but I would also say that most people that say they're 15%, especially if you're in your first couple years of lifting, you might be underestimating. You might be closer to 20, which is fine, and you can still get away with a small surplus. But just understand where your preferences are as far as body fat ranges, so you don't get too far to one side or the other, where it gets a bit of a pain to get back into the ideal range. Cutting back on side delt work to focus on rear delts. Um, what I like to do in this situation is you can find some lifts that actually train both pretty well. So a face pull is going to do a great job of that. Slightly bent over lateral raises will do a good job of that. So what you could do is just make your side delt direct work a little bit more of a hybrid between a side and rear delt focused lift, and that should do the trick pretty well. Thoughts on long hair versus short hair on a natty physique? Long hair looks cooler to me, IMO. I agree. Yeah, I think I've only told this on the channel once or twice, but when I first started the channel, I was probably a few months removed from just about a buzz cut, and I was actively growing my hair out. And I just all I knew was that I wanted long hair. I didn't have an end goal for it, so that's why I wore the hat for the first 2 years of the channel, and then eventually, I was like, you know what? Like, I can't just hide this like untrimmed, non-layered, like mullet looking thing I have, and I'm just gonna let my barber do whatever he wants. And I just told him I was like, I think I have a middle part, so I'm not gonna try and fight that and like slick it back anymore. Just do what you think is best. And I think it worked out well. I like it. Fiance likes it. It's important, right? Why do you have the old Maine flag in your gym? It's a gift from my brother. Mid Coast, Maine, representing beautiful area, one of the most underrated areas in New England or even the US. I'm probably the only girl. We're over 100, so I think there's 1.25 girls at this point. So, yeah, odds are if you kind of round to the nearest whole number, it's very likely. Sup, Mr. Basement? What up? Tips for forearm splints on preachers. This is going to have to be what I found to work best for myself and for my clients. I have a lot of clients that do experience this on preacher curls, and typically what it's from is just not taking deloads when you're adapting to the movement. So this is one of those lifts where I would deload this lift specifically. How deep into a certain deload you have to go is going to come down to the individual. So what I found is that for myself and for like the average client of mine that like not any extreme ends of the spectrum, just like the median person that has to deal with forearm splints on preacher curls, usually they have to take 2 weeks off and go to a rotation. How far you have to rotate comes down to the individual. So some people have to do something that's very forgiving. So like an alternating standing dumbbell curl where you can move the way you want. You can go into the amount of supination that you want. And some people have to do this for 2, 3, maybe up to 4 weeks for them to kind of dissipate. And then they can go back to preachers pretty good. Usually the forearm splints start to come back for one more time. Then you can do kind of like an even shorter deload, and then they're kind of permanently gone. And that's what's happened to a lot of my clients. It's what's happened to myself and my own experience too. So the cause behind it, I'm not entirely sure, but I know just from trial and error that tends to work pretty well. So uh, if you don't want to go to something entirely different than a preacher curl, one thing you can do actually is a single arm dumbbell preacher curl. And this gives you a little bit more freedom at the wrist. And I find that this is, despite being the same resistance profile and stability amount and everything as a regular preacher curl, just the freedom at the wrist allows the forearm splints to dissipate. And sometimes you can just do that as a rotation. So it's like you're hardly even making a rotation at that point, even though I do ultimately prefer an easy bar preacher curl in the long run. If you're doing that for 2 weeks, a handful of times at the start of your preacher curl career, totally fine in my opinion. Hi, Landon. Mo here. Thanks for all your support. What's up, Mo? Point six. Let's go. Big fan of your free upper lower split routine. I was even thinking about doing a review on my YouTube channel. It's not a fitness channel. I usually do song covers. Yeah, 100%. I'd appreciate that, man. I'd definitely check them out. So just tag me in them or leave a comment when you make them. I'd be happy to see your reviews. Hi there. What is up? What's your calf measurement? Not good. I don't know. Not good. In 2025, I feel like talking about training has become more important than the actual training itself. I feel like we need to bring back more of that healthy messing around mindset. I 100% agree. Um, People tend to intellectualize fitness a lot, and I think that's what happens when just from fitness going more mainstream. We live in a pretty intellectualized modern world. As kind of cliche as that might sound, I think there's a lot of truth to it. So when you get a lot of people that are working in their day-to-day lives kind of focusing more on like mental psychology focused stuff, they kind of intellectualize their workouts when in reality that is very secondary to the effort that you put forth in your training. So you have to remember to kind of keep those ratios in check and you should be good, even though as someone like myself, I love to talk about training and think about training and all that kind of stuff, obviously. Let's see. I'm gonna have to figure out how to control, like, the actual chat log here, because 'cause I'm trying to go through everything in order, but it's just bringing me to, like, the most recent, so, bear with me for a second while I figure all this out. I don't even know if it's worth trying to, like, keep up with everything. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. You back on the outdoor workouts? Just about. We're getting to that time of year where I live. We're getting there. It's in, like, the mid-50s right now, but it's a lot of rain. Can you explain why parallel push-ups are more upper chest biased? At least that is what I feel. Um, it's most likely due to the neutral grip, and it makes your elbows tuck a little bit more. So just oh, I didn't realize this thing's mirrored. I thought I just touched my looks like I'm touching my left shoulder, but on the camera, I guess it looks like it's my right shoulder. I don't know. It's weird. This is the opposite of what my normal filming is. So the gym, my face, everything looks backwards. It's kind of weirding me out right now. But what was I saying? ADHD moment, right? So with the more neutral grip, you're bringing your humerus up towards your clavicle this way. So what ends up happening is it just lines up a little bit better with the upper pec fibers, and it's probably going to be a little bit more upper pecs. So that's most likely what it is. Kind of as simple as that. Opinion on cloak off press. I run a 6-day push pull legs and use it for a shoulder lift on one of my push days. I usually go for 3 sets of 4 to 6. It's a solid lift. It's a very limited range of motion. So for hypertrophy purposes, I don't program it. I have actually messed around with it quite a bit back when I was powerlifting. I was on this crazy like push pull legs, but 3 overhead presses a week on like Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I think I was doing strict press, push press, and then cloak off press on the final day. I I stopped that after 4 weeks, but, I wouldn't say I have fond memories of the cloak off press. I just remember, like, me and my training partner at the time kinda looking back at that phase of training, we are like, "What are we doing? Like, why don't we just stick to more conventional stuff?" So, it can work, and it's fine to kind of, break out of the norm, but, it's not one of my go-to lifts. What muscles do you think are most forgiving to have overdeveloped in terms of aesthetics? Uh it's hard to argue against really any back muscle, whether it's the erectors, the traps, the lats. So it's impossible to ruin your aesthetics with a back that's too big. Like there's just not possible. So I would say the traps. I think they're a very underrated, kind of overlooked muscle. I think a lot of trap laggingness, that's not a word, but if your traps are lagging, you can kind of hide that through certain poses like on Instagram or something, but in real life, in a relaxed state, you're not gonna look very good. So big traps are very important. And I'm not saying you can't look good without big traps, but I do think it's gonna be very important. Is a single arm push down followed by some overhead extensions done twice a week sufficient for triceps? My elbows can't tolerate jam presses. Snapping tricep syndrome. Uh, yes, that should be sufficient. Come to Brazil. I don't have a passport. Hello, everyone. What's up? Hello from Zimbabwe. Worldwide over here, huh? Sad because no StreamYard duck. I know. It is kind of disappointing now. I kind of miss him or her. I don't remember what the gender is. Have you dealt with lifting becoming an unhealthy obsession? How do you deal with it? No, I wouldn't say I've let it become an unhealthy obsession because I've always been obsessed with it and very interested in it, but I've never let it get out of hand. I've never let it override other things in my life. I've always just done it to the extent that I want, and I just accept that that is what it is. I don't let it. I've never been unhealthily obsessed with lifting. At least I don't think. Thoughts on behind the neck press or side delts? Excellent lift. Would be the most hypertrophic lift for brachioradialis. I really like strict hammer curls. You can do them on a cable too, especially if you have one with a post where the cable's next to it, like the one I have, where you can pin your elbow up against it, adds a little bit of stability. Doing those to full ROM failure and then just doing as much ROM as you can in the bottom, like actual genuine length and partials, it works quite well. Thoughts on Arnold split? My current split is day one chest back, day two legs, day three arms and shoulders, day four rest. That can work fine. The frequency will be a tad low, so it wouldn't be like my go-to recommendation, but it can still work totally fine. It's kind of one of those splits where depending on how many days a week you're training, it's kind of like that 1.5 times a week frequency, which is still fine, but I would probably recommend a little bit more than that. Hey, Mr. Basement, love your videos. Who doesn't? When doing unilateral isolations or compounds, do you rest between each side enough to catch your breath? What's a good back exercise to do for back that would be a good complement to the cable row? That is totally program and technique dependent, so I wouldn't be able to answer that without more context. What split are you currently running, bro? It is a push pull split. Just push pull, rest, push pull. Take the weekend off. A little bit of leg work on some of the pull days, and that's what I'm keeping it at for now. Forearm splints on preacher. I've heard if your wrists are small, then it is much more likely to be a problem for you. Thoughts? I have giant wrists, and it's been a problem for me. So obviously, I could be the exception, not the rule. But I don't think wrist size matters too much in that case, unless there's something I'm unaware of. Is a 1 rep increase in a week on exercises like bicep curls and lateral raises reasonable after a year of lifting? Not for each set. I would say for 1 or 2 of your 3 sets, yeah, that's probably not too unrealistic, but, I would say if you're adding a rep to, like, your top set or the same set every single week, that's not very sustainable past the noob gains phase. Any thoughts on doing only front raises and lateral raises for delts? It can work fine. The only somewhat of an issue I have with front raises is they're just not very grindable. Um, the center of mass thing gets a little bit weird at a certain point, and the ascending resistance profile kinda it makes it tougher to grind, I find. So I like to have an overhead press where it's admittedly, it's not like a lengthened bias lift, but it is much more mid-range. It can even be lengthened biased in at least in that position, depending on your range of motion if you don't drop your elbows too low. So I would prioritize overhead presses, but front delts are still fine if you want to save some fatigue cost, or at least just isolate them. When you measure legs each month, how many millimeters do you expect to gain? That's very, very individual. It also depends on your rate of weight gain, if any. You ever had any exertion headaches? No. Hey, bro, did 2 grams of protein per kilo of body weight get vaulted? So that would be about one gram per pound. Um, it's hard to say if anything's vaulted. I don't think it's necessary. I think you can go lower than that and be totally fine. I don't need a protein rich diet. And that, relative to like the fitness industry, I don't, but I still get a decent amount and probably 130, a day grams that is, and I weigh 190. I'm 235 pounds right now. Should I progress in dips and pull ups with added weight? Adding reps takes a lot of effort. Well, eventually you're gonna have to do both. So, they should both take pretty equal amounts of effort, I would say. All else equal, what do you think the optimal number of working days in the gym are? 5 days a week? I would say if you wanna make the best gains possible and burnout isn't really a thing, um, I would say 5. I would say if there's a way where you can enjoy 5 days a week, that's probably gonna be best. I think 4 days a week is ultimately the way to go with just putting if you have a strong point or 1 or 2 muscles that you don't care quite as much about developing. So, yeah, if you're doing 5 days a week, it can be a lot if you're doing like upper, lower, and then like upper arms or like a weakness focus day. 5 days a week can be a lot. It can kind of burn you out. Either 4 or 5, and it depends on the individual, I would say. Hard not to say 5 though, in kind of a perfect world situation. Hammer curls with full pronation for brachioradialis. You might have a hard time maintaining full pronation, so I would just go with a reverse curl with an easy bar. Preacher hammer curls. Yep, that's a good recommendation too. Are alternate curls and hammer curls enough for biceps if I don't have a preacher bench or any bicep machines? Um, you'll get growth. I you'll get growth. Yeah. So the good thing about alternating dumbbell curls is I find that when you get to like a late intermediate and more advanced level of bicep development, just doing a standing barbell curl, it just gets funky at a certain weight when the weight you're lifting compared to your body weight, just that gap starts to close too much and like your technique just gets super wonky unless you're lifting super strict and like purposely trying to get more at a less weight. But that's hard to progress on forever. So an alternating dumbbell curl, not only is it unilateral, but you also have another dumbbell to weigh your center of mass down. So that can work pretty well. If you do those and you do a couple different techniques, I'd say you could get pretty massive biceps. I mean, it might be a somewhat nitpicky to talk about what your total potential is. Like I'm still a believer that if you want to reach the biggest biceps you possibly can, I genuinely do think you have to do a preacher curl variation. So I think you can do fine, but it might get you 90-95% of your potential bicep size. It's impossible to say. It's very much just kind of a guesstimate or theory. Chonky boy H. I assume you meant hi. What's up, chonky boy? Do you ever alternate exercises for different muscle groups in a workout? For example, chest, then biceps, then chest and biceps instead of two sets of chest and or two lifts for chest and two lifts for biceps. Um, Sometimes I find that my rest times are sufficient enough to where it doesn't make that much of a difference, and I find that mentally, I kinda just like to focus on one muscle group at a time, so physically, I'm not sure it would have a whole ton of a difference, if anything, it has a slight benefit. I just find that psychologically, when I'm kind of warm and feeling a certain muscle, I wanna stick with it and kind of complete, the workload for that muscle in that given session. What are your opinions on progress during a cut? I think it could be a genetic thing. I find even on pretty aggressive cuts, my progress doesn't falter much. I do eat very healthy and train very hard for 5 years. A lot of it comes down to the lift you're doing, how advanced you are, and the rate of weight loss. I would say that most people are probably gonna see the most drop off in, the lifts that revolve around joints where they happen to store the most fat. So stuff that involves a lot of, like, hips. The deeper you get into a cut, the more prone you're gonna be to losing strength on things that involve a bunch of, like, hip bends. So things like the leg press, low bar squats, deadlift variations, you're gonna see a lot of that drop off. And a lot of people do lose a decent amount of strength on their presses too. Other movements, not quite as much. It is kind of individual, but it very much just comes down to, like I said, the first few things at the start of that question: rate of weight loss, level of advancement, etc. Ladies like long slash more hair, men prefer short in general, of course, always exceptions. For themselves or for the opposite gender? Um, I feel like most girls probably like a medium length hair. I'm not biased. I'm doing the same thing, hiding my long hair under the hat. Yeah, yeah, you kinda have to at a certain point in the awkward phase. I probably didn't need to have a 3-year awkward phase, but it is what it is. What's the reason of doing an overhead press over a front raise? Wouldn't the front raise isolate the front delt better? You do lateral raise and incline press anyways for the other muscles. Thoughts? I kind of already explained my reasoning behind this in the previous question, so I will leave it at that. I answered it about 5 minutes ago if you do wanna go back and check. Greetings from New Zealand. Appreciate your content, man. Thank you. What's your height and current weight? I'm 5'8", 190 kilos. I mean pounds. Mr. Basement, I love you from Stroke. Stroke, I love you too. Do you reduce your volume on a cut? If so, by how much? Thanks, Mr. Basement. I do not. I train with pretty sustainable volume amounts anyways. Tips for PP growth. I can't believe I just read that. Uh, get a 100-pound plate. No, I'm just kidding. Studies on neck training showed that shrugs, etc., were in ineffective. So I would assume you mean ineffective, while direct training yielded results. Many lifters seem to develop neck size early in their training without isolation. Um, yeah, I would say like if we're just looking at my neck, in my own experience, I would say have gotten some growth just from whether it's shrugs, deadlift variations, and whatnot. Obviously, I'm kind of like my head's forward, I'm leaning forward now, but if you're just to look at it normally, It's not like a jacked neck or anything, but it's not like a newbie neck either. Like, it's definitely bigger than when I started. So I think you'll get some growth, but you probably wouldn't maximize it. I think in a 8 or 12-week study, you're not going to see sufficient growth. But I think over the course of a lifetime, there's really no way around not getting neck growth throughout the process. It's just not going to be um, maximized by any means. Whoops, wrong channel. Sorry from from one of the previous questions. Basement, do you do coaching or consultant calls? I do coaching, online coaching through the channel. So if you want to sign up, you can email me or at least inquire. We can see if it's a good fit. Consultation calls. I find that most of my time is dedicated to my current clients, but I do kind of have like random one-off consultation calls. That is something that you are very interested in. So I'm usually pretty backed up on finding time slots for them. If it is something you want to do, send me an email and we could probably work something out. I just couldn't promise something in the immediate future. Have you ever dealt with the thought of can I keep lifting for the next X years? Um, kind of, but I haven't thought about it to where it's like anxiety inducing. So I've kind of just thought more so about like the direction that I want to go in with lifting. And do I want to be the guy that's like in his 50s or 60s trying to cling on to any type of youth he can get? And it's like, no, I don't want to be that guy. But at the same time, having like a healthy relationship with lifting at an older age, you're either progressing or you're regressing. So I'm always going to lift, always. But I'm not going to be delusional and go like so far above and beyond to try and look like I did when I was 29 when I'm 62, right? Any reason you separate Smith bench and JM in your upper lower? Doing them back to back is convenient. Wondering if there's a programming reason behind it. Yeah. So on the road to 18-inch arms, I actually did swap biceps and triceps on my push and pull days. I think there could have been some benefit to it, but it's hard to say how much since I haven't done a whole ton of trial and error with it. I kind of just experimented with everything at once. And I think while I do have some very obvious and clear takeaways, things like the exercise selection and whatnot, I figured I didn't want to switch up what I did, not knowing if it was going to be an important variable or not. So I wanted to kind of keep it how I actually did it, even if I don't have quite like a valid reason of why that definitely did work or didn't work. So at the very least, I know it's neutral, and at the very best, it could be that training your arms in a fresh state when you haven't done an entire push session before your tricep training or pull session before your bicep training. Um, that could have a negative impact. So why not just keep it the way that I had it, right? Hey man, I'm seeing all these comments on various places how preacher girls tore their biceps, but I thought it's not possible for naturals. Anything's possible. Any type of injury is possible. It's just what's common and what's not. Preacher curl injuries are very rare, especially for naturals when you go about it the proper way. If you control the weight, if you start at an appropriate weight and train through a full range of motion, progress from there as your biceps grow, you'll be fine. I mean, obviously, freak accidents can happen, but same goes for any lift, right? So I don't see a reason to be afraid of it. It's really just roid users that unfortunately have to deal with those serious injuries, and it's very, very rare in the natural community. That's for sure. What are your general volume recommendations, Sandy, for side and rear delt isolation? I would say 2 to 3 sets of isolation at least once a week is probably going to be best. But again, it's very split dependent. A lot of it comes down to how much overhead pressing you're doing. So it's hard to say exactly how much volume. Have you ever had to deal with knee or joint issues? Very briefly with a knee issue, and I just took a basic deload and swapped lifts, and I was fine. Joint issues in general, uh, I have been lucky to not have to deal with a whole ton of joint issues. Any tips for injury-prone lifters? I swear it's not a skill issue. Yeah, patience. Don't go too heavy too fast. Make sure your technique stays standardized, and don't do crazy amounts of volume. Those will take you a very, very long way if you find yourself being injury prone. Hello, Mr. Basement. Glad that I get to see the first live. Thanks for all the great advice. Thanks for joining. I do 165 on seated overhead press for sets of 8 reps, but can't seem to increase the weight and stay within that rep range. I tried to do 176, but only got 4 or 5 on a couple sets. Any tips to improve? Smaller weight jumps will help. And It's also fine to kind of do like a hybrid weight jump too, where you do a set of 5 on your first set and then do back offs of 165 until you can get all your sets with 175 or 176, whatever you're doing. So that's what I would do. Trust the process when you're touching a new weight for the first time. Sometimes you have to kind of get used to it because the leverages and your setup will shift around ever so slightly. And once you get a couple weeks of that, you'll build a little bit more muscle. You'll kind of get used to that movement. You'll get used to that weight, and your reps will start to creep up very slowly. I'm struggling to detach myself from the powerlifting mindset. Oh, it just sent me down to the bottom again. See if I can go up a little. I'll answer that question in the meantime, although I do have a very hard time multitasking. I would say if you're struggling to detach yourself from the powerlifting mindset, you just have to try rotating your lifts. So, what you would normally view as an accessory lift, try and make your program, at least for now, purely accessory type lifts. So like if you viewed a selectorized chest press as an accessory lift, go make that the first lift you do in a session. And I find that goes a long way because you're gonna have a very hard time just sticking with like the bench press or low bar squat and being like technique oriented and intensity oriented instead of weight oriented. So I would change your lifts up and go for excellent technique and very high intensity, and that will get you growing. Once you kind of see the results of training that way, and you see the improvements in your physique, then you've established a good perspective on what that type of training can do for you, and your perspective will shift, and then you can kind of stick to it a little bit easier. Even BB streams now, technically. Where's the muscles? I don't know. Probably somewhere in the flannel. The basement is folly and billions must left. Thoughts on the JP style push pull rest legs rest split that Alex Lee and I just made a video about. The frequency is a little low, but if you train with high volume and super high intensity, that split can work really well. I don't know if I'm going to find where I was. Did Jets versus Blues go to game seven? Probably. I'm like the Winnipeg Jets' biggest hater, guys. I don't like the Jets very much. It's not that I don't like them; they're just not built like a contender. Shifley's good, but he's not. Look at the centers that win cups. It's Barkov, Eichel, McKinnon, Point. Shifley's not. He's an offensive powerhouse, but that's about it. They also have terrible center depth. Hellebuck also chokes, even though he's a great goalie. I don't like their defense either. I'm not a not huge on the Jets, honestly. What's your Mount Rushmore of underrated exercises? Well, it's going to be different in the mainstream versus this community because obviously the people that follow me are going to think very highly of things like Preacher Curl and JM Press. But I would say I'd probably put those two on there just because I think they'll always be kind of underrated. If I had to pick other lifts, I would say chest supported T bar row, even though it's not like uncommon or anything. I think it's still it doesn't have the status of like a big three type lift when I believe that it should. And then I would probably say for the chest, I still kind of think that like a good old Smith bench is kind of overlooked, even though it's a very basic lift. I think it just if anything, I think it's slightly better than the barbell bench, but it definitely doesn't have that reputation in most cases. All right, I think I'm getting to about where I was. It's insane how jacked we're all getting. Nobody can even believe it, guys. Hey man, in past videos, you were pushing for a higher volume for arms, like 20 sets and more a week. I've noticed that your training changed a lot since then. Thoughts on that? Yeah, a lot of it's just updating my opinion and finding new methods that allowed me to, or not necessarily allowed me to, but almost forced me to stick to lower volume. So, super high intensity arm training on lifts that are very, very potent, where you can really get a lot of motor unit recruitment or something like a preacher curl. Obviously, you just can't get away with super high volume on that because you're going to run into some recovery issues. And two, it's just not entirely necessary. Like by the time I'm on my fourth, fifth set of a preacher curl, my biceps are pretty fried, and you can just feel kind of innately that you're not getting that much out of the movement. So the volume just it ends up being lower. So the improvements in my exercise selection, my understanding of biomechanics, and my intensity, that has all resulted in lower volumes, and that almost kind of tells me that volume is it's not it's a tier below the most important stuff. It's kind of whatever your volume is, it is what it is, and you just want to be reasonable with it. Hi, do you offer online coaching for arms? So what would be the benefit of that over following your philosophy that I've gotten from YouTube? Thanks for your knowledge. So, obviously, the biggest part about coaching will just be measuring your progress and taking a look at your form clips. If you just wanted to train arms through me, like we could maybe make that happen. Just send me an email if it's something you're interested in. But if you're talking about like just kind of general bodybuilding with an arms focus, that's totally fine too. I have trained guys that are pretty much just arm focused, a couple arm wrestler types, guys that compete in arm wrestling as well. If rest between reps is delaying muscular failure, why is rest between sets not? What makes 3 minutes of rest more hypertrophic than 1 minute rest? Oh, did it just jump me down again? Um, oh no, I'm still here. So rest when you're in the middle of a set, the purpose of that set is to get to technical or muscular failure. If you're not, the way you get there is through getting to your desired proximity to failure. If you're pausing between each rep within a set, you're allowing yourself to recover, so you're in a fresher state for each rep. You want to kind of go headfirst into failure with good technique. And I'm not saying to go all the way to failure, but to your desired proximity to it. If you're resting between sets, you need to rest so you're fresh enough to be able to go into another instance of what we just described. Um, if you have already reached failure and you try and go back there sooner in a less fresh state, you're just not going to be getting as much out of that movement. Basement bodybuilding? More like basement live streaming, pretty much. Do you think training time impacts hypertrophy? What if I can superset some movements, but I choose not to so the training lasts longer? Um, I find myself getting mentally checked out after like an hour and a half or 2 hours. So that's just me. That's where I'd probably cap it. I personally recommend most people to keep their sessions at about an hour, and a little over isn't going to kill you if needed. A little less is fine too, so don't feel like if you can do a productive workout in 40, 45 minutes, like, there's nothing wrong with that. You're one of the few people who talks about what surrounds training, like the clothes you wear, and I've had the same experience. Those things do make a difference. Absolutely. They absolutely do. And that's why I talk about those things. I've always found, I know I mentioned this in the video this morning, but I always find that when people give advice that's almost like kind of indirectly related to lifting or something that's outside of like the normal, like frequency, volume, intensity, it's like those are the pieces of advice that kind of stick with you that almost they kind of make you a more well-rounded lifter. And I think those small details, they kind of do start to add up and make a bit of a difference. Did the just get stronger mentality on preacher curls got me big arms? So if you're asking if that would get you the bigger arms, I would say on a lift like a preacher curl, it's kind of a fine mentality to take because you don't really have room for your form to slip. That's why the just get stronger mindset on certain lifts is not very productive at all. But with preacher curls, where your form is standardized and you're locked into that movement, you can kind of just chase strength. And that's why in a lot of, excuse me, hypertrophy oriented movements, um, that are things like machines, things like preacher curls, you can almost ironically chase strength a little bit more because you have less room for your technique to break down. So you're still going to have to watch out for things like tempo and range of motion, but those are less variables to worry about in the meantime. Is there any logic to focusing on leg press, doing them before squats or more frequently in order to increase squat strength? Um, Doing them before squats in a single session, I would say off the top of my head, I can't think of any benefits to that. You would kind of just be pre-fatiguing your quads quite a bit depending on your technique, and then your erectors are going to be pretty fresh. So I would assume the erectors would just take over on subsequent squats. Thoughts on having a calf day in the split? A calf day? I don't think you'll need it. I don't even like arm days. The arms have a lot more regions and functions than the calves. Can I swap with a low bar squat for the safety squat bar on your home gym program? Yes, that should be totally fine. It's mostly just a slightly more hip dominant squat where you're still getting some good quad work, but it's more hip dominant movement. Sadly, lost 7 kilos in the past 3 weeks due to jaw surgery. Oh, that sounds brutal. Good, speedy recovery, man. Any tips when I can resume training and normal eating? Oh no, talk to your doctor about that. Would you prefer an inclined or completely vertical Smith more and why? I like the vertical Smith. I find that it feels better for squats and JM presses, and it doesn't. It's not enough of a change to negatively impact presses and things like that. Regarding bodybuilding, what's the ideal time spent on bulking year round? Totally depends on the individual. Chad, I'm not sure what weight is my barbell. Do I just count it as 0? Depends on the barbell. Most barbells are gonna be 45 if it's a standard 7 foot. The 6 foot barbells, they have to be a little lighter. Maybe they're 40 pounds, maybe 35. Easy curl bars, what I like to do is just if you have a scale at your gym, you can just bring the scale out from the bathroom for a second and just stand on the scale holding the bar and then without it and see the difference. Or you could just compare what you lift on a fixed bar to that specific easy bar with added weight and see how your performance compares, and you could pretty much figure it out from there. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter if because the absolute weight isn't that important. It's really just assessing your progress over time. What do you think about replacing all vertical pressing with upright rows? Um, I'm not super huge on upright rows in place of overhead pressing because it's going to be mostly side delt in an upright row, and you're not going to be getting much front delt from it versus an overhead press where you do get a lot of front delt action. So I don't think it's a perfect swap. Ever play RDR2? No, but I do want to start playing it. I have been playing. What have I been playing lately? The last game that I really got into is probably The Forest, a little over a year ago. That game's super fun. I do really like open world stuff like that, so RDR2 is like that's pretty much one of my next games. I did just play Dream Core. I didn't finish Eternal Suburbia yet, but it's just to me it's underwhelming. Like I thought it was going to be a little bit scarier. I love horror movies and that kind of stuff, so I was thinking there would be like more jump scares and like more kind of noises and stuff like that, but it's really just the emptiness that tries to get to you, which ultimately didn't really scare me that much. Like I'm pretty much only scared of like spiders and girls. Ratio of chest size and bicep size. I don't know that ratio off the top of my head. I couldn't give you an answer on that one. Squats always hurt my lower back, and have very icy ankles. Should I just do hack and leg press? It's probably a technique and bracing issue, but you don't have to do barbell squats. You could get away with hacks and leg press. So I don't see an issue with that. Although you are prolonging what the potential issue is. It's not you're if you're unless you're competing in powerlifting. I mean, you can just do hacks and leg press. How do I deal with skin damage to my hands from heavy pull-ups and aggressive knurling? I don't know. I don't know what type of skin damage you're talking about. Trap Aesthetics, LOL, Randy Orton has entered the chat. I don't know who Randy Orton is. I'm not very worldly, guys. So some of these obvious references you might make, I kind of live under a rock sometimes. Favorite trap movements? Chest supported T-bar row, power shrugs. Those are my top two. Is he reading a different chat or something? I'm going in order, so I'm not live right now. I'll probably jump down to live in a second, but I'm not live right now. Doing buys of the chest and tries the back on push legs, but push pull Monday to Friday. Happy with the gains, but wondering if I'm potentially losing gains on the compound movements from overtraining or lack of rest due to overlapping fatigue. You should be fine. You should be fine. Unless you feel like you're getting injuries or nagging pains, then you should be fine. Besides pause dumbbell preacher curls, what other curl do you recommend for max bicep growth? Currently doing 3 sets every day. Doing 3 sets every days? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Also, would you be doing both on each day and how and which exercise first? I think the typo kind of messed up that question, unfortunately. How can behind the neck press train side delts? It doesn't make sense anatomically. Well, so I think when you have a flared elbow and your elbows go this low and then this high all the way overhead, I think you're getting enough shoulder abduction to warrant that movement recruiting a ton of side delts. They're not isolated, which is a fair critique of that movement, but it's enough shoulder abduction to certainly train the side delts effectively, in my opinion. You might not maximize growth, but you can get sufficient growth, I would say, doing just that without any isolation. But if they're lagging or they're a very high priority, do your side raises. All right. What is your opinion about hitting upper traps by using resistance band laying on the floor? I don't even know what lift you're talking about, man. But I would say for the traps, I love cheat stuff or length and biased rows that are on a hinge. So I'm not huge on ascending resistance profile, so I don't implement bands very often. Book recommendations: if you're into learning real history, it's interconnected narratives and manipulations. There's a very specific reason things are the way they are. Look at author Matthew Ehret. Ehret, don't know how to pronounce the name, but I'm into stuff like that, or at least I would like to become more well versed in my interests that are among those things. Tips to ease in behind the neck press because I didn't train the last 8 days due to my rotator cuff that I kind of messed up with the lift. That's going to depend on the severity of the injury, but I would say just progressively increase your ROM and take very sufficient warm ups. You could even do some warm up drills, like shoulder rotations, like this, lying on the floor. You can put a foam roller beneath your spine and try and get a little bit more range of motion, and hold a light dumbbell too. Just ease into it. Thoughts on Z press if I'm running a garage gym? It can work fine from what I've heard, but I don't have firsthand experience, so I can't give out uh, the best advice on that. Basement, when I do single arm extension, my right arm is at RPE 7 when the left fails. Do I push the right to failure by itself? So in that case, what I would do is just assuming you want equal growth from side to side. Remember, your stimulus isn't the amount of reps you get, it's your proximity to failure. So if you do happen to have a gap between your performance from side to side, then that's fine, and it should generally close over time. But the imbalance might always be there. Like I still have an arm imbalance, and my arms are borderline probably advanced. Are your programs sufficient for early intermediates, or is it too low volume in your coaching experience? Are intermediates sufficiently strong to make low volume, about 6 sets a week, work? You can definitely make it work. You just have to push yourself hard enough and have good enough technique. A lot of the time, why beginners or early intermediates might need slightly higher volumes is just because they aren't sufficiently pushing hard. It's not quite as much due to strength. They just need to have room for error, and that's ultimately what it is. So you can get away with it, but I would say I when I'm coaching somebody and I can watch the way they train, I would typically suggest, or rather I would suggest slightly higher volumes to people that I don't get to oversee their training. So that would be kind of my 2 cents there. The recommendations would still ultimately be pretty similar, but I would say just film your sets and see how they look compared to more advanced lifters, and just see if the intensity and technique is comparable. You're not going to be on the same level. Someone that's been lifting for 3 times as long as you is going to have better technique and be able to push harder, but you want to make sure you're not too far off. Thoughts on back support or behind the neck JM press? Behind the neck JM press. I've thought about this a bunch, but I've never tried it. And the reason I haven't tried it is because when I first thought about it, I was like, huh, maybe that could hit the long head a little bit more. But then after thinking about it more and realizing the long head of the triceps biarticular anyways, I don't think it makes a whole ton of sense. And it would probably just be a little bit too much shoulders. And I don't really want to have to worry about getting my head out of the way. So I would be open to trying it, but there's been enough potential issues with the lift to where I haven't even considered trying it, especially because the lying flat JM press just works totally fine on its own. So I just haven't had enough of an incentive to give it a go. Can dips replace overhead press for the most part due to stretch on the front delts? I would say kind of, but the pecs are still a prime mover on dips. So I wouldn't say it replaces overhead press, but you can still get some front delt growth just from chest presses anyways, because the front delt are still somewhat of a prime mover on presses and variations. So I wouldn't say it's a one-to-one swap, no. But it's not like you're gonna get no front delt growth on dips. Thoughts on measuring your arms in terms of millimeters? So psychologically, it seems that there's a bigger change than centimeter slash inch. Yeah, I measured down to the hundredth when you followed the 18-inch arm series. I mean, I was logging it as like 17.71, 17.92, 18.01. Like the actual end result was 18.01. It's in the hundredths. So I'm all for it. And ultimately, the hundredths of an inch is going to be a much smaller increment than just 1 millimeter, I think. I didn't go to college. Hi, I'm also 5'8". What's a comfortable weight for you personally to be naturally strong and healthy, you think? Um, I feel really good at 190. I felt a little bit too bulked over 200, but then again, the amount of muscle mass you have is going to change what body weight you should be at drastically. So there's no one size fits all as far as body weight. It's more so just body fat percentage, and that applies to every height. So I'd say 14 to 21% is usually the sweet spot for the vast majority of people. What's your all-time favorite leg exercises? Favorite is in like what I enjoy the most. I'm really starting to like stiff leg deadlifts. I just find that they are such a good stimulus for both the hams and the erectors that it's just a very efficient, very productive lift, and you don't have to load as much as a conventional deadlift, and it gets you more hamstrings and more erectors anyways. So it's just a more hypertrophy oriented conventional deadlift. So I love those. And I love pendulum squats. Those things are the pendulum squats are what leg press and hack squats should be. They're leg press and hacks are still what they're probably two of my top three lifts for quads, but pendulums are like I've always kind of thought, why didn't those come out first? Like they're just a very nice lift. Do you ever try bench or deadlift for fun? Usually lifting with a buddy, I'll join in their sets and just see how my hypertrophy training translates. My legs have been a much lower priority, so I haven't tried squats or deadlifts in forever. There's no way I'm even close to as strong as when I was powerlifting. But as far as bench goes, since I've still been training the upper body, I'm much stronger now. My max back in the day was 330 with like a wider grip, and my butt came up a little bit. So my max was 320 to 330 on a given day. And I hit 350 like it moved like butter. I put it in my ultimate guide to bigger triceps video. I just put one clip of me testing out 350, and it was like the concentric was probably less than half a second. Like my max now is probably now that I've cut down from 205 back to 190 and changed my technique up. I'm probably just not as used to handling heavier weights, but like I was doing 310, was it 310? Yeah, I think I was doing 310 for 9 reps or like 315 for 10, somewhere in that range for my rep work on the Smith. And my barbell bench press one rep max was probably it was above 350, but I'm not gonna be one of the guys that's like, oh, I could bench 405 based on this. So I'm not gonna say anything. How do you warm up? I just stick to the lift that I'm doing and do as many warm up sets as I feel like I need to. You can go pretty intuitively on here. Do you follow Matt Wedding's advice about the law of accommodation, changing the exercise variation every 3 weeks? I do not follow that. No, I stick to lifts for a very, very long time. Shout out from Zimbabwe. Is that another person from Zimbabwe in here? That is wild, but I appreciate you joining. Are you aware of strength training programs popular on Reddit and internet worlds like super squats, for example? What's your opinion on it? I don't have time to go into all of that, but I'm somewhat familiar with a lot of them. I've experimented with variations of those in my powerlifting, power building type days. Yo, what is up, guy? What do you think of NoFap and its influence on training? What do you think it might have? Do you think it might have mental clarity benefits? Oh, that's a tough question to answer, but I would say no. I'm not a doctor. I'm not even going to bother answering that. If you could have one lift per muscle group, what would they be? I'll run through it real quick. So for biceps, I don't know. I have no idea. I'll go to delts. For delts, I'd probably go behind the neck press. Uh, it gets you a lot out of less variety. Front and side delts pretty nicely. For pecs, if I had to pick a lift, I'd probably go with the converging plate loaded length and biased prime machine press. Kind of hard to pass up on something as beautiful as that. For the traps, I'd probably have to go with my row machine. I love that thing. Maxicam plate loaded row, very much length and biased. It hits every region of the traps. For the lats, I'd probably have to go single arm hammer strength pull down. This beauty right here, or the prime version might be a little better. Even the Nautilus selectorized version, that one's pretty nice too. So I'd pick that. For the abs, I like a decline sit up. For the spinal erectors slash hamstrings, I would go with the SLDL for both of those. For the quads, I'd go with a pendulum. For the calves, I'd go with a leg press calf raise. For the glutes, I would go with a low bar squat. Triceps, I would go back supported seated overhead extension. Biceps, I don't know. Pretty stumped on that one. Maybe preacher curls. For the forearms, I would go stretch wrist curls. Do you have any thoughts on sport-specific training? I feel like the advice is very old-fashioned, very heavily convoluted stuff like wrestling and jujitsu. A lot of it's just going to revolve around periodization and making sure that you're in a fresh state during your actual training. But ultimately, I think we're kind of coming to a relatively common sense place here, where bodybuilding style training kind of is like the base of overall functionality, where um, you're training every muscle and every joint through a giant range of motion, and you're training every region and function of every muscle with varying resistance profiles. Like what more do you want? It kind of tackles everything. If you had to guess, how many minutes a week do you do cardio? Um, if we're talking about like a speed walk hike as cardio, then you could probably put a couple hours of that in every week. I wouldn't say I do like longer, more strenuous hikes regularly enough to put it in a weekly basis. That's more of like a trip type of deal. I play hockey once a week for an hour right now, so it's really nothing too strenuous. But I do want to get that up to twice a week, and I have considered getting into running as well. So I could see myself getting into that this summer. Do you consider yourself the best black natural bodybuilder? Yeah, definitely black here. Definitely not. Definitely not white, right? Any suggested arm exercises when you're working through biceps tendonitis? It's going to depend on the individual and the severity of your case. Basin, what do you think of the idea of creating powerlifting for arms, like encouraging people to build a big one rep max on a strict wall curl and an overhead extension? So If you're goal oriented and you like to have your goal be directly involved in the practice that you're doing, it can work quite well. I wouldn't necessarily encourage a big 1 rep max, but if you want to aim for like a 5 rep max or something, that's totally fine. I would try and encourage people more to focus on their arm measurement, which I think kind of provides the incentive to focus on stimulus within your training, because then it switches your training from being, all right, here's my workout, time to PR, time to max. It goes more into like, all right, my testing is separate. That's my measurement. And the training is it's training. You're training for that measurement. So it kind of puts your training in the right place instead of having every single workout be like, oh, I have to hit my plus one, I have to hit my 5 rep max, I have to hit my PR this session. Just want to say thanks for all the great advice. The fact that your content is available for free is insane. Appreciate that, man. I put ads on my videos and the ad revenue helps a ton. So I appreciate all of you guys continuing to watch the channel through ads. It doesn't make me a whole ton of money or anything, but it's definitely a nice, like, pretty easy bonus to get just from posting videos. So I do want to say I appreciate everybody for watching the videos. If you watch ads, skip the ads, whatever, like I do genuinely appreciate it. And I hope it's not, I hope the ads aren't too annoying for you guys. I have YouTube premium, so I'm not even up to date with how often and how frequent YouTube's putting ads on videos anymore. Growing long hair, not to look pretty, but to caveman max. Yes. Mr. Basement, do you remember me? Matt C, YouTube fitness legend. Yes, of course I remember Matt C. I genuinely don't know, but I would guess around 50. Oh, that's to someone else. Lol, lol. That's probably, I think I know what question those people are referencing here. What's your preferred cardio and how do you integrate it into your programming? I wouldn't integrate it into my programming. I would just make sure it doesn't impact my workouts directly. As far as like cardio as a whole, if I could pick one way to do cardio for the rest of my life, it would absolutely be hockey. If I had to pick something practical that I can do on my own terms and not need like 30 other people to play with, probably pick I'd probably go with like hiking, running, maybe rollerblading. Those things I find pretty fun. What are your unique and honest observations about each prominent natural YouTuber in this niche? And what is unique about your physique? For example, NH, Baldani Man, GVS, Alex, Leonidas, Herzoviak. I would say, well, you're talking about their physique. I mean, I feel like it's decently obvious with each person, in my opinion. I think everybody kind of has their own strengths. And I would say my strength is it's probably just balance. Like, I don't think I have a clear strong point. You can maybe say biceps, but I think I have a pretty balanced physique overall if you don't look at my legs. Natural hypertrophy, he's got pretty jacked legs. I'd probably say those stand out the most. Baldani Man is just a freak all around. His pecs are wild. GVS, he has decent arms. I guess they're okay. Uh, Alex Leonidas, back, his everything, lats, traps, and erectors. Hersoviak, not as familiar with him and his content, so I don't know if I'd be able to give a sufficient answer there. But I do know he has a pretty good physique, very good physique from what I can remember. BTW, greetings from Croatia. You're quickly becoming my favorite lifting content creator. Love your channel. Much appreciated. Preacher curls, lying all triceps or lying only elbows. I don't even know what that means. Thoughts on white girl music for PRs? I don't even know what white girl music is. Like, I don't know, Taylor Swift, Sabrina Carpenter even. I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't listen to that stuff whatsoever. Have you seen a hard struck intermediate lifter make progress after years of no progress at all? Uh, you're looking at him. Someone just said gay. I don't know what that's in reference to. Um, Powell raise for upper back. I replaced rows with them and my upper back exploded. Powell raise. I don't know if I know what that is. It's probably a lift I know that's a different name. Do you plan on doing a bodybuilding show? I don't. I just have no interest in getting that lean. It ruins the aesthetics. I don't think natural bodybuilders at competition leanness look good. It could sound like a cope or a cop out or whatever, not wanting to compete, but I genuinely am just not interested in it. Not seeing any of the questions he's reading while am I tripping? No. No, I'm just probably an hour behind you guys. Is it better to stick to 1 or 2 rowing grips, like wide and medium compared to machines and cables? Um, compared to doing 10 different angles and grips on machines and cables. Yeah, you don't wanna do a bunch of different variations in the same program. So pick a couple that you can stick to and focus on. Who are you voting for in the 2088 United States election? Um, I'd be 90. Did Trump say he's gonna run in 2088? I might have to just go to the live chat. Oh, it just sent me down here anyways. Wow, look at that. All right, I'm gonna scroll up just a little bit. Is this OCD kicking in where I feel like I have to read every question? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Leo Russ, I recognize your profile picture and your name. You've been around for a while. Let me answer your question. Something you said earlier, I was worried about my curl being stuck at 90, but as long as I'm training within close proximity to failure on them with good technique, should I just be more patient? So, yes, I would be very patient. I would also measure your results in your arm measurements and in your rep progression, in your weight progression too. So, if you've gone like 3 months and you've seen no signs of progress, you might need to change up your lifts, push harder, or even do a little bit more volume in a case like that. It's very tough to say because I don't know your program and your training style anyways, but I would, uh, I would be I would be patient if you are someone that is a little bit more eager to, like, add weight, get stronger, that kind of stuff. What is your advice for someone who is past the easy noob gains but isn't intermediate yet? Um, it's too vague. I would just say try and dial everything in and become the best lifter that you can. Don't stop learning because the gains only get harder to come by. And that's why when you're a beginner, you're like, wait, why did these guys focus on so many useless variables? And then you hit that intermediate plateau at the end of your beginner phase, and you're like, okay, now I get it. And it humbles you real quick. I remember hitting that. If you were to drop to 10% body fat, what would your arm measurements be? According to some people, probably 13 and a half inches. 10%, maybe, I don't know, 16 and a half. What's your wrist measurement? Curious on the arm to wrist ratio. I believe they are no, I was thinking of the lean arms. I was going to say 16. I believe they're 7.5 inches. I've pretty, I have massive hands and I have pretty big wrists too. Like my hand span is 10 inches. Wrist is, I think, 7.5 around. So they're not huge, but like for my height and whatnot, I think they're decently big. GVS decent arms and man's trolling GVS. No, I'm not trolling him. GVS and decent arms should not be in the same sentence. Oh, this is the problem with the live streams. Now my like dry humor and sarcasm is gonna start kicking in just because it's like live reactions and whatnot, not something planned out. It's gonna confuse some people, I think. Since you developed your physique, have you noticed that people behave differently towards you? Uh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm observant enough because I feel like I surround myself with much different people now that I've been lifting for years. Um, so it's hard to tell. It's like people either knew me when I was smaller or people either met me when I was bigger. It's hard to tell. Um, I don't know. Maybe they like off the bat have more respect for me or something, but it's really impossible to tell. It's like if in theory that should be the case. But I also think my personality hasn't changed at all throughout the process, other than like general traits that you develop along lifting, like discipline, focus, etc. So it's probably not a massive difference, but I would say that for most people, when you lift and you get a lot bigger, people will treat you with more respect, especially right off the bat. Thoughts on a gigacut? Too much for me. I don't like the super lean look, but I do plan on getting leaner eventually. Thoughts on seated, not lying easy bar skull crushers? Yeah, easy bar overhead extensions. That's my favorite lift. Do you do programs on your YouTube channel? I have all my programs are on Boost Camp. So download the Boost Camp app. You can check the link in any description of any of my videos. You can use the code basement to get 2 weeks of Boost Camp Pro for free. Do you think it's suboptimal to do 12 to 15 rep sets at the start of a workout and 6 to 8 rep sets later? Do you think that kind of thing doesn't matter? I don't think that matters very much at all. If your tricep was way ahead of your rear delts, how would you fix it? I've been trying for a while. It seems like I can only just stop training tries for a while to catch up. Uh, I wouldn't. You can put your triceps on the back burner if you want, and that should be fine. I wouldn't overthink that one. It's really just more so about bringing up your weak spots. You don't have to like purposely hold other muscle groups back unless you genuinely don't care about them. I apologize for the false accusations. In past, I was misled, sh- but should have said anything without concrete evidence. My fault, sir. You are passionate about training. Thanks. I'm not entirely sure what accusations you're talking about. I know there's been some drama going on in kind of like the YouTube fitness scene, but I keep somewhat of a distance from it. So if you've said anything and you apologize about it, I accept your apology. I try not to take things very personally. Sup, basement gang. What up, Marquitos? How do you say how do you say was the best way you grew your social media following? Love the page. It's really just buying likes and buying followers is probably the best way to do it, and then lying to your fans, and pretending to be natural. No, it's the thing about social media, and I don't get this question very often. It's genuinely it's a genuine interest in what I'm talking about. Like when I first started the channel, I just had ideas that I had been writing down for years. And I was like, I'm just gonna log them on uh like video form and put them on YouTube. It's almost just like a portfolio of my thoughts and ideas that I didn't want to forget about. So I just uploaded them and people happened to find them. And Stan Strength found them, Steve Shaw found them, Alex Leonidas found them. And it's like the only reason I have a following is because of those people. I don't know what I'm doing as far as like growing a channel. So huge shout out to all those guys. I'd probably still be making videos, but I definitely make either more content or sprinkle in more like interactive content to help people now, which wasn't necessarily a goal that I had when I started the channel. I was really thinking of it more as like a vault or like a portfolio of my ideas. All right, I got to find a place to start at here. Couple of Lamaus. Not sure what that was in reference to. That's one of the problems I'm learning. I'm not keeping up with the chat. Slow down, chat. Slow down. Don't have machines, but have you noticed straight slash easy bar hits your tries better and overhead extensions? Straight isolates my tries more, and I'm weaker on it unless I'm not utilizing head as well. I would say that I've had more success isolating the triceps with an easy bar, definitely for overhead extensions. Do you believe in regional hypertrophy? I do. The buying follow. Yeah. Have you checked out NH's programs and Boost Camp? If so, what are your thoughts? I'm currently running his novice program. I don't know them off the top of my head. Now that you mentioned Steve Shaw, maybe adding something like his lives where you can see the questions at the button. Not sure how that works. Just an idea. I believe he uses StreamYard, but I'm not entirely sure. I could probably send him a DM and ask him about it though. Single arm preacher versus barbell preaches. What do you think has better stability? Quick question. Alex's video. Stability wise, you're going to have a little bit more on a fixed barbell just because the side to side is no longer an issue, but they're both quite stable overall. It's not a dumbbell. The lack of stability isn't going to prevent you from making gains. It will just kind of prevent standardization to a very slight degree. So it's really not that big of a deal, in my opinion. Alex says it could give you better alignment, and he's a believer in that. So I'll take his word for that for sure. How is Miss Basement? She's great. We've had a good time lately. We went on a little vacation recently, and that was nice. Good to get out of the cold climate I live in. Hello, Canadian Mike Menser. What's up, everybody? Up in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. Basement, any recommendations on dealing with wrist pain caused by dumbbells getting too heavy from dumbbell movements, mostly presses? Wrist wraps might actually help in that case. How would you define optimal range of motion? Uh, as low as you can go without losing your setup. So if you're going basically, this is going to apply most to things that involve the shoulder girdle, even the hips to an extent, but less so. I would say mostly for the scaps, the clavicles, and everything. So if you're doing like a neutral grip pull down or something, or even a pull up, if you're going so low to where your scaps start to upwardly rotate like this, and you kind of go into like a most muscular type pose, that's too much wrong because one, the lats aren't actually doing anything in this position. If you're going from here to here and that happens, one, you can try and improve it through your technique, but two, you're not only not getting anything out of that, but you're actively losing your setup. So you have to reset up every single time. So that's going to be the main thing. Other than that, it's just don't try and go beyond what you're. But I don't even know where I was going to that. I was going to say don't try and go beyond your mobility, but that doesn't. That's not good advice. that varies so much depending on the lift. Oh, you can tag me in this. There's my name in orange popped up. Basement bodybuilding. If a guy does preacher curls with 50 kgs, like 110 pounds, how big his arms would be? Your assumption. I would say 18.01. No, it depends on the tricep size a lot, um, and how much body fat you have. So it's going to vary. But I would say if you're 15 to 22% body fat and you have triceps that are on par with your biceps in terms of overall development, and you're using 110 for a working set, so like 5 to 8 reps, I would say 17.5, give or take. You can definitely get them bigger. I can't remember exactly what my strength is at, but I know mine were at 18 when I was doing 110 for probably 6, maybe 7. But I do have a pretty genetically gifted bicep peak. I think a lot of that comes from training, but I always kind of had that peak. But I also have lagging triceps. That cancels out. That probably genetically cancels out my bicep peak, enhancing the measurement, at least to an extent. Recommendations when you live in a nowhere town with a decent gym and can't buy equipment because you're moving out of that country in a year or two. Uh, Probably just calisthenics. If you can't get equipment and you don't have a gym, yeah, calisthenics, 100%. Oh, now everybody's spamming the the tagging. That's funny. Um, would you ever pick a vertical pull over a diagonal pull for lats? Mm, I guess it kind of depends on it is gonna be a spectrum. So, yeah, like, probably, like, the Nautilus pull down machine, when the handles start in front of you at a diagonal pull, like, that's probably what I would go with. So, ultimately, whether it's closer to vertical or closer to 45 degrees diagonal, I'd I'd be fine with either. Perfectly vertical, I don't know if I would go with just because you don't get to leverage the rib cage as much where you can in a more diagonal pull, but it's also not quite as short biased as a row. Hey, basement, do you think front delt training is needed when you're intermediate and have pretty good delts? Not necessarily. You could probably overhead press once a week, do a couple sets, and be totally fine. Hey, Mr. Basement, how would you plan a 12-week cut if I want to lose 12 kilos, 26.5 pounds? So you're losing a kilo a week. So what I would do is go into a deficit that would set you up at that rate. So get an estimate of what your maintenance is and find what deficit you need to get into to aim to lose a kilo a week on that cut. Once you're 2 weeks in, you should have shedded off all of the water weight that that the deficit would take off, and then from there, you can average out how much true weight you have to lose, and you can kind of plan things out from there. So, you can adjust the amount of calories you're taking in, and then I would still take it week by week too. So if things stall out, then I would just reduce by like 1 to 200 calories every time your weight plateaus for probably a full week. You might have to be a little bit more aggressive since it is kind of a rapid rate that you want to lose at, but it's kind of my general setup advice for that. Hey, Basin, what's a good FFMI for a lifetime natural? I would say good, maybe like 28. No, off the top of my head, I'm not entirely sure. Anything above 23 is pretty jacked. 22 range is still pretty good too, if you're being honest about your body fat percentage. 24 plus is advanced, in my opinion. 25 plus is like kind of freak territory for natties. I don't even know what mine is. Thoughts on Russell Ort's physique? Super jacked. Super, super jacked. He's somebody that I would probably classify as the perfect combination of extremely good work ethic, trains very hard, very consistently, is obsessed with training, and has the genetics to go with it. Is your grandma impressed with how big and strong you've gotten? Uh, who isn't? Yeah, I don't even know if she pays attention to that. Maybe, I don't know. Do you have any do you have experience with lever arms jammers for your home gym? If yes, any favorite exercise with them? Yeah, but I've only used them for power shrugs. Do you think Jack's fit physique is achievable naturally? Isn't he like this isn't he like this super skinny kid that had like the lowest possible starting point and got like and still built some muscle, but like is definitely not like advanced or anything yet. I might be thinking of someone else, but I'm pretty sure that's who you're talking about. If so, it's he's probably natural. Hey BB, it's Dean. What's up, Dean? How come you prefer to group exercises for the same muscle group back to back rather than separate them by non-overlapping muscle? Would that quality be higher by separating them? So for so back to back within a given session. So that's kind of relating to the question I answered earlier. So uh it's more of a psychological thing for me. I think if you have sufficient rest time anyways, it won't make much of a difference if you rest even longer by putting in a lift for another muscle group between those two. And I find that just psychologically, if I'm in the groove of training a certain muscle group, I'd rather just take my sufficient rest between sets and continue to train that muscle group. So I'm I don't hold a very strong stance on that one. I do think you can ultimately go by your preference, and it doesn't really matter either way. I just find that for myself, psychologically, I just like to kind of focus on one area at a time and go throughout the session from there. Like there's something just kind of weirds me out in like an OCD way where I'm like, all right, I did my Smith bench. Now I'm going to do my overhead pressing and then go to pec deck. Like I'll do that sometimes, and I don't necessarily have something against it that much, but I just prefer to kind of do everything at once. If your rest times have to be somewhat limited, like if you're low on time though, then you can go with the opposite of what I prefer for sure on that one. Thoughts on plate loaded supine chest press machine with neutral grip? I'm actually not sure what machine you're talking about. I'm trying to keep up with the chat, guys. I'm struggling. Mike is or tell her Lyle McDonald. Oh, I don't know. I don't pick sides. I just sit back and eat popcorn. Oh, that question is asked twice by different people. That's great. Um, You heard him, boys. 28 is a serious ambition of mine, though, at least 27. Oh, for the FFMI. Hope you're not talking about age. Hey, Mr. Basement, did you get any biceps tendonitis on your road to 18-inch arms? And how do you train through it? Thank you. I did not. I just got forearm splints like crazy. But that was very manageable through. I answered that earlier. I'll probably timestamp this whole live and post it up. Have you ever smoked weed and worked out like at the same time? I have not. High basement, I see people program like biceps on a push day and have a pull day just after. It seems to be a regular thing, but I thought it would surely affect pulling performance. Uh, I thought that to be true, but in my own experience and observing other lifters that do it and training clients that do it, it's never been an issue. So it's probably just something that's kind of in your head a little bit, but it's not actually an issue. What's your opinion on hammer curls? Would you say they are a must? I would say they're a must at various points of your lifting career, but you don't have to train them at all times. If your brachialis is kind of lagging, it can help to put them in, but it's if you stick to them for a while, those gains can be maintained pretty well just through your regular bicep training. So you can kind of phase them in and out. Same goes for a lot of forearm training, I find. How much pre-workout carb do you need for optimal performance? Depends on the individual. How many times a day can I build my basement before it's a problem? Depends on the individual. Thoughts on Hussein FHT? I don't know who that is. What's your current arm size without a pump? 17.5 inches. Thank you, man. You're too popular. That's why it's so hard to keep up. Oh, thanks, man. Arm size. Okay. Hopefully that was a sufficient answer. What do you want me to say? Does it matter if I'm using chains as a thread over a fully for tricep pull downs? I have a home gym. I don't know what that means. Pulley. Depends on the setup. I mean, as long as there's no friction, I don't even know how you would do it with chains. Unless you're just talking about attaching a weight to the chain, that should work fine. It won't be the same as a cable, but it would work fine. FFMI worthless or not? I would say it's useful, but it's just so hard to kind of standardize your body fat percentage. So you have to have experience first. Like you have to know what your kind of baseline is, and then you can kind of like take a guess of what your or at least a guesstimate of what your body fat percentage is. Maybe have somebody take a look for you that's more experienced. And then you can kind of bulk and cut, figure out your ratios, figure out all right, when your waist is 34 inches and you were 82 kilos then and you're 85 kilos now with a 32-inch waist, you net gained X amount. So you can assume you're this body fat percentage. You can plug that into the whole FFMI thing. So you kind of have to know your own stats and you have to have a little bit of experience with bulking and cutting to get to that. So I'd say it's useful, but ultimately it's just kind of like a general gauge that you might not need because you can kind of just like look around and see how people look compared to you. Are you related to Superman? I don't know. Basement, I got fat in pursuit of chasing a larger arm measurement. Well, you got greedy. You chased it too hard. You have to cap your monthly rate of weight gain. When I was on the road to 18 inch arms, I capped it at just 1 pound. I didn't really need to gain much weight because I was more bulked up. But pick an appropriate rate of weight gain for most intermediate lifters. I would say a pound and a half a month is the way to go, or 3/4 of a kilo. You can bump that up by a quarter kilo or half pound, or down depending on if you're a beginner or advanced. Even in most cases for advanced lifters, I'd still say going up to a pound and a half should be fine too. Creative ideas for using basement workout equipment for spicier purposes? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Uh, what's your top places to travel? Man, I would say the best place I've traveled besides coming downstairs would be Colorado. Absolutely beautiful out there. Just absolutely beautiful. I loved it. Um, the altitude is definitely it kind of hits you at first, especially I live at sea level. So going up 13,000 feet was quite a shock to the system. Like I think when I got there, I had I think I had 2 beers and I woke up at like 2 a.m. feeling hungover. It was just the strangest experience. So I chugged a bunch of water and slept better, but it messes with you quite a bit. But yeah, that was my favorite place to go. It's just a beautiful area. Actually, my phone's background is a picture of the Rockies when I was out there. I'll see if I can show you guys. Yep. I'm a photographer too. Many talents. Just don't ask about my other talents. Do you think feeling your chest working during dumbbell presses matter? It can be an indicator that your technique is good, or not feeling your chest can be an indicator that your technique isn't great. But if you know how to have good technique, then it's probably not that important, I don't think. Are 4 sets of 0 RIR a week enough for chest gains? They are enough to make gains, but I'd still recommend a little bit more than that. I'd probably bump it up to 6, unless it's a lower priority and you want to try and get away with less. Then that's fine. It frees up more slots for other stuff. How do you balance lifting and drinking? The key is to not drink very much when you do, and to not drink that often. So if you're having a couple beers watching a hockey game or something, it's not going to have much of an impact whatsoever. And if you go out and have a handful of drinks, then just sleep good and drink a lot of water, and you should be fine. So just have balance. If drinking's getting in the way of your gains, then you probably have a drinking problem. Do you miss natural hypertrophy videos? I do, yeah. He had a lot of good videos back in the day. Is natural hypertrophy in your basement? A lot of natural hypertrophy questions popping up here. No, he's not down here. Is push pull legs a good beginner split? No. You want more frequency per muscle per week. Who do you got taking Lord Stanley? So my bracket, I have Tampa. Obviously, that's they may or may not have lost in 5 in the first round. So my runner up for the cup was Colorado. So I would pick Colorado. I think they have I think they have the best team, but it's you never know with Edmonton because they have who's that guy? Connor McDavid. Have you ever followed a bench program? Not a bench specialization program. What music do you like? I'm like kind of a little bit of everything, which is weird because I was never really like that, but I find myself just the genres that I kind of naturally like enjoy the most. I like blues, folk. I like some metal, but I almost feel like I wouldn't say maturing out of it, but I almost like calmer stuff. I like some country. Um I do like rock too. Um Like, one of the best bands that I've heard, and props to my brother for finding this band, but Bishop Gun, that's, like if you listen to their Natchez album, that's, like, exactly the music I've always looked for, and it's perfect, it's so good. And Gypsy Cadillac, their subsequent album is also very good, but it's a little bit more consistent, a little bit more laid back. They're both very good, though. Were you talking to Natural Hypertrophy? No, I was not. What happened to NH? I don't know. Who would win a bodybuilding contest between GVS, NH, Alex, and you? Obviously me. Obviously. No, I think Alex would win. I think he has the most balanced physique, and I think he has the back, which is very important for bodybuilding. And he has experience competing too, so he has the upper hand there. He's definitely there in Blabino's basement. Oh god. Yo. Oh, what up, Carboneless? What up, Nick? Um, phase potentiation versus normal linear rep ranges for hypertrophy, X jacked intellectual verse. I would have to look more into that program. I believe you said it was a FASLIFT program. I'd have to look more into it before I'm giving my thoughts on it. I don't want to downplay any insightful programming that he has. Thoughts on fat grips? I'm not a fan of them. OHP specialization, dork mode or jock mode. Uh, OHP specialization is pretty sick. I'd say it's jock mode. How many years have you and Miss Basement been together? It has been so it's May, 5 years and 2 months and change. Blues and jazz are for real underrated during lifting. During lifting, I have been listening to a lot of silence and podcasts lately. I've also been listening to a bunch of old Chell music, like the Chell like '08 through 13 or 14 soundtracks. It's just like good rock music. And then in 2015, it just got all weird and modern. I don't know if they change or if I just started to get old. I wasn't even old back then. So why didn't you finish your tier list exercises series? Disappointing, dude. Because my guy that I want to make the tier list off of, Jeff Nippard, stopped posting them. No, I'll finish them. I will. I've just I make the content that I want to make. If I'm filming a video that I don't feel like filming, it doesn't come out as good. So any video that I post, I'm posting it because I want to. So when I and that is very selfish, but I also find that it just makes a much better quality video. It's much more compelling and I can kind of get into the groove more. And I think that's one of the appealing things about my channel. Opinion on dips for chest growth. They're very good lifts, but I kind of have an unpopular approach here where I find that sometimes going super low and getting a crazy stretch can also kind of like ruin your positioning a little bit. So I like to almost do kind of top half dips going down to a 90-degree elbow bend and kind of maintaining the position of the shoulder girdle. I find that actually feels a lot better and I get more soreness and everything from it. So I've kind of changed my approach there, even though I don't dislike super deep dips, but I have changed my approach a little bit. 100 Jason Blaha versus one Gorilla. It's the same thing. Thoughts on right left splits? I do have a video on that coming out. Will you do more streams like this, or is this a once in a blue moon type of stream? This is kind of just this is a test to see if I want to continue to do it. But as of now, I really am enjoying it. I find this much more fun than uh like a pre-planned out Q&A. I love to do my Q&As, but I do like to do this too. So I just want to see how it goes, see if I can kind of give insightful answers when I'm being distracted by a chat and like getting the question immediately without having a little bit of time to sit on it. So this is all a test. How long is this live going to go? Who knows? However long I want to do it for. Someone just asked opinion on. Are there any universally loved lifts you dislike? Squat, bench, deadlift. No, I do like variations. That is disingenuous to say. I'm half kidding. What are your current fitness goals? Get jacked. Favorite grain and or hot cereal variety? Hard to go wrong with maple and brown sugar oatmeal. What are your thoughts on thoughts? So my opinion on that is something super dogmatic that will get a bunch of likes and engagement. What style progression do you like the most from Elias? Double progression, reps and weight, brother. Do you do any calisthenics? Not at the moment. Oh yeah, we all learning that crazy stretch is overrated in the same time, huh? Yeah, there's been certain specific cases where I really am still a fan of the stretch, but I'd say overall, I've always been much more of a proponent of lengthen biased training, or at least a descending resistance profile, than focusing a ton on stretch. And that's why I've always stuck by my opinion on preacher curls instead of Bayesians or inclines. Not that I don't like those lifts, but the length and bias and the stability, I think, does win out in most cases. So basically, I was right, everyone else is wrong. Ha ha. Damn, you are handsome. I know. It's insane. Nobody can even believe how handsome I am. Cheating through the sticking point on preachers to make it less sharp. The You can cheat a little bit towards the end, or not towards the end of the set, but yeah, you can cheat a little bit. But typically, the benefit of preachers is that it is a descending resistance profile. So if you can't even get through the sticking point at all, you're probably just at failure. If you can use a little bit of cheat and get through it, and you don't feel like your muscles are fried and shut off, then go for it. uh, you have a little bit of room to cheat, but I wouldn't rely on it too much or let it get out of hand. When growing your arms, why do you not focus on long head tricep? I didn't have a setup that was worth using for overhead work, and the push downs I was doing were still long head focused. It's not biasing the long head, but the long head still being trained very hard um, through those lifts. And I just don't have the mobility, and I needed the, external stability to do an overhead extension, and I didn't have a seated stationary bench. I do now, so I am starting to get back into them, but that's the main reason I couldn't I w when my elbows come up and they flare out and flare down, like, I can't maintain that super high position, which is needed to keep the long head in place and actually train it properly. So I was like, why kind of do something half-hearted like that when I could just get a nice, stable, good push down in instead. Collab with GVS in China when uh, that's a lot of traveling. If I ever go to China, obviously I'd hit him up. I do have to get a passport though. What's the difference between length and bias and stretch movement? So length and bias movement is a movement that places the most tension in the muscles, most lengthened position during that given range of motion. A stretch is when you actually stretch out the muscle. So the origin and insertion gets as far apart as you can, regardless of what that resistance profile actually is. Incline pushdowns 1 to 10. They are at 9. Do you have an idea for your perfect home gym in the future? I do. I actually talked about this in a recent Q&A, but I would keep my Smith machine. I'd keep this Maxicam row. I would keep my pec deck, um, and my preacher curl. And then other than that, I'd love to just kind of load up on like prime machines and a proper dumbbell rack and a bunch of mirrors. And I'd love to have it in a barn instead of a basement. And I'd love to have a pellet stove too. That'd be insane. Some good humor in these questions too. I'm not going to answer all of them, but some of them are. I'm getting a kick out of them. Where did you get that white headband with the bear on it? It's from Junk Band or Junk Brands. It always confuses me. It's the old school Bruins meth bear logo. It's a sick headband. People always thought it was a tiger, but wrong. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Near 100 minutes in, I haven't heard a mention about JM presses. That was the first thing I said. The people that were in the waiting room before the start were saying JM press gang, and I was like, "Yep, JM press and preach curl gang or something." I've made my best gains with length and bias training with prime machines. Yeah, they're the future, man. I really do think that. What is your biggest hot take that the noble natties would disagree with? You'll have to pop some ideas into my head for me to come up with an answer for that. But I would say I am somewhat anti superset if somebody wants to do them. Like if I have a client that wants to do supersets, I'm fine with it. I don't really necessarily have an issue with like they're gonna kill your gains or anything, but if possible, I would avoid supersets. Um, Other than that, I'd probably just say my physique preferences. I don't care as much about legs. That's probably a big one, but if you guys have any other takes that you think I would disagree with, or if you wanna put out some kind of consensus takes in the Noble Natty community in the chat, let me, let me see what I agree and disagree with, and we'll do all this live, so anybody feel free to throw some stuff in here. Thoughts on when I'll peak since I started lifting in my 30s? Depends what part of your 30s. If you start lifting at 38, then your peak will be much later. If you start lifting at 30, 31, it'll probably be around 40. Either way, I'd say between 40 and 45 would probably be your peak in that case. Diet is more important than training. Absolutely not. What do you do to not get sick? Supplements, lowering volume, just taking a day off. To not get sick. Oh, I do get sick, which is annoying. I don't know why. I get a cold like every quarter. It sucks. And then I've had the Modelo disease twice, which is it's overrated. It wasn't bad at all, but I think part of that is just because I'm healthy and in shape. Is full body a good beginner split? It is. Who are all the noble daddies? Is it just GVS, Leonidas, Basement Man, NH, BOM, and Alan Thrall, or there are more? I would say the so the noble natty group, it was a like accusation or like a mocking label from Rival Fitness, and it's an ironic name when we say that we're not being serious. And I think he was generally talking about That might have even been slightly before my time. I can't even remember at this point, but I think it was generally GVS, Alex, NH, Bald Omni Man, and then you could I've gotten caught up in some of that, so I guess you could classify my channel too. And then Alan Thrall, I don't think he was ever directly involved with any of that Noble Natty accusation kind of back and forth with Revival Fitness, but that's just stupid YouTube drama. What's your best advice for beginners? Uh, I'm bodybuilding my base fit. Good to hear, brother. Good to hear. You want to join the live? I would say film your sets, train frequently, and don't fall into any crazy fads or extremes. Stick to what works and stick to what the jacked guys do. You could punch a baby and get an itch on your arms. How many would you punch? Modelo disease is so funny. That took me a sec. Yeah. How do you approach a PR mindset wise? Well, I don't go for PRs. They just happen reactively just because I've made progress. So I just trained to zero RIR and not on everything, but if I'm doing a Smith bench and I had 6 last week and I made a good adaptation and I got some growth and I'll just train to zero IRR and if it happens to be 7, then that's a PR and I kind of did it just by making progress. One must go preacher curls or JM press. JM press. What's the equipment called that you're using in the new video thumbnail for the laterals, lifting wisdom and before? That is the Titan Fitness mini farmer sandals. I use them for lateral raises simply because no, I'm not going to say it's top secret. No, it's because they're smaller loading increments. So with my plate loaded dumbbells, the lowest increments of weights that I have is a 2.5. So if I added 2.5 to each side, my dumbbells progress in 5 pound increments. When there's one loading pin on the farmer's handle, you can progress in 2.5 pound increments. Simple as that. I also they kind of oddly almost feel better. I think if you go too quick and too explosive, then they're going to start swinging. So it forces you to still use a forceful but also somewhat controlled concentric, and I find that also just happens to feel really good. So I kind of like them for that, but initially and for the most part, it's just so I can load it in smaller increments. How much muscle we should expect from 2 year of natural training? I don't know, dude. I don't know. It depends on the individual. It's definitely U5. Yeah, I think when people talk about like the group of noble natties, I would say it's us five. I agree. I don't mean to spam, but I'd love an answer to why I can't handle hardly any volume, but I still grow at least decently. 2 direct sets once a week, mostly. High stimulus to fatigue ratio, lots of isolation. I mean, you volume is like work is still going to make you grow. That's you probably are just very precise with your training. Probably have very good technique, and you push yourself extremely hard. Um, I wouldn't recommend it for most people, but you're probably just good at lifting. That if anything, that's a good thing because it gives you more room to add stuff in if you need to. Does does natural hypertrophy pronouncing JM press as GM press annoy you? I can't stand it, Lamau. Uh, yeah, it is a JM press. It's also named after a guy whose first name is JM, so just disrespectful. Shouldn't have accents. You got the gorilla or 100 men? I don't know. I don't know. I just went to I just went to the San Diego Zoo for the first time, and gorillas are pretty stacked. Thoughts on Jonathan Warren's chest key recommendations of little to no arching, not retracting the shoulder blades much, and keeping the ribs stacked. So I'm actually not sure exactly what he says about retracting, but I would say that if you want to press pain-free and to get a decent range of motion at the pecs, you do wanna at least allow for protraction when you're pressing. You don't necessarily have to eliminate retraction, but as you press on the concentric, you do want to protract. And I think that is good advice. If you try and force yourself to stay retracted, it's not necessarily going to like kill your gains or give you shoulder problems, but it can. So I do think that's very good advice. The arch, it's interesting advice. I don't have a strong opinion on it yet, but I would say it is totally fine to not arch, and I think that is why Larson press and feet up bench feels pretty good. Lifters who are over 6 foot tall with long arms and legs. Any advice? Not really. No, I mean your leverages and everything will be a little bit different, but for the most part, you can kind of start to train, and you can kind of train like how your your own feel and kind of what you learn about lifting says, and then you can adjust as needed based on what might be a weakness. But as of now, it still kind of depends on how your physique looks. But I would say I'm short, but I do have pretty long limbs proportionally. Like my ape index is like 99th percentile. I have crazy long arms, and I've found that in order to have a more proportional physique, I did have to focus on my arms quite a bit. But the potential for big measurements is quite high. So that's everything's a double-edged sword. So at least that's what I've found. Which movements are you fine with some instability? Lifts where you might need to use a little bit of momentum or cheat. Never able to work out again and hit your ideal physique, or never make gains again, but able to work out. So my opinion on this is I would take my ideal physique. You kind of learn to love lifting in the process, but I would have a lot of other hobbies and interests that could take the time of lifting that I think would be very fun to pursue. What would you want your arm size to be if you could get them to be as big as you want? I would probably say like 19 inches. I think that would look fine. It might sound like a lot for someone that isn't particularly tall, but my arms are pretty long, and I think even at 18 inches, like they looked big, but they didn't look like maxed out in my opinion. I think I still had some room to grow. So I would say 19 is probably the sweet spot. I'm not a huge fan of like the like steroid level big isn't my cup of tea. I just think like the biggest you can possibly get naturally, I think is the best you can possibly look. And even to some people that's kind of extreme, but I think that's a very good look and I think it just looks insane. But it's not to the point where it's like overkill. So I think top natty like natty pro halfway through the off season, like that's the physique that I would love. Beef aside, how do you feel about Revival Fitness's programming? I'm not very familiar with his programs. I wouldn't necessarily say I dislike the guy. I wouldn't even say I disagree with him on a lot of things. I think just the almost like disingenuous attacks on myself in the comments, or even like other noble natty types. But even then, like he might I don't know why that all started, but I don't know. It's so far in, like, my rearview mirror that I just don't even remember, I don't even remember that much about it. Hi, BB, college student who works at 3 different places with different equipment. Because of that, I don't track lifts. How much gains am I losing? You don't necessarily have to track your lifts, but if you're using a bunch of different equipment every time you're training, you can't get into a good groove. You're never gonna be good enough at a specific lift to make optimal gains. So what I would do is try and find some type of consistency in your programs, and if that means just using a basic lift that you have access to at every single gym, I would go with that at least for one lift per muscle per week. So you have some reference point for progression. And then the rest of the stuff, you can just kind of do what you want. Hopefully, you get good stimulus and just forget about trying to track all that. Do you believe Alex Leonidas truly has bad arm genetics? The first thing he talks about in his arm videos is compound movements. And that seems like the mindset to small arms. He's changed his stance entirely. I would say he has maybe slightly below average arm genetics. I'm not a genetics expert. I don't pay that much attention to it, but I think based on what he says, I'll take his word for it that he has probably a little bit below average genetics because he's probably paid more attention to it than I have, at least for his specific physique. And if he's grown his arms quite a bit through isolation, I think that says a lot. And yeah, that's my thoughts there. How did you get started coaching? Well, so here's how it all kind of started. So I I was a hockey player in like growing up ever since I was a little kid. And when I was in high school, one of my goals was to go play in college. I ended up having the privilege of working with a very high level strength and conditioning coach that almost kind of got me into lifting to an extent. It was a lot of conditioning work. It was a little bit of strength work, but no, it wasn't like direct bodybuilding or anything. I maybe gained a few pounds of muscle, but nothing too crazy. And that kind of got me interested in the concept of just exercise in general. And then I ended up quitting the hockey team my senior year because I didn't get along with my coach. And at that point, I had no reason to go to college. I always had trouble paying attention in school. I didn't care that much. I only cared about hockey. Looking back, it's probably just ADHD, and I was always very self confident that I could figure out what I was going to do after high school. So I wasn't that concerned about not going to school. So what ended up happening was my parents kind of talked me into just going to a community college. So I went there for 3 weeks, and then I figured out you could take a in-person course for 8 or 12 weeks to become a certified personal trainer. And at that point, I had been working out on my own, just lifting bodybuilding style for a year or two at that point. So I immediately dropped out of community college and just pursued that. Worked as a trainer and worked in gyms for years. And then as I was working in a gym, I started this channel. And then what ended up happening was I was just making my regular, good old classic basement bodybuilding videos. And I kept getting comments of people asking for me to coach them. So once I was coaching a handful of people, I was like, well, why don't I just start like actually offering it? If I'm going to put all this time into like having proper coaching systems and figuring out like pricing and the spreadsheet we're going to use and how we're going to do communication, if I'm going to have all these systems, then why not just start offering it and let other people sign up? And then eventually, that grew way more than I'd planned. And it turned out to be just too much work for me to continue working at the gym in person. So I left that and I've been able to do the channel full time. So I could have kept doing both and it would have worked kind of okay schedule wise. And it would have been cool to like make a bunch of money basically because I'd have two jobs without having to work as much as two jobs too. Because between me and you, I was doing a decent amount of coaching work when I was working at that gym, which it rubbed me the wrong way, and that's ultimately why I left. But that's pretty much how I've been doing it. So I kind of just transitioned from in-person training and managing gyms to doing it all online through the channel. And obviously, my outreach and platform on this is way bigger than what it could be in real life, especially for myself, where I live in a slightly more rural area. But that's pretty much it. And I have I mean, I have to give a shout out to my first handful of clients that were like, they were like, "Can you please coach me? Like, figure something out. I'll pay you. Like, train me." So they're the ones that started it. Wasn't something I planned on. Let's see. Great content, dude. Keep it up. From Ben Yates. Appreciate it, brother. I really like your content. I think it's been very helpful and I think it's very applicable to a lot of people when they're trying to learn more about biomechanics. I follow you on the gram and I like your stuff. Hobby horsing or bodybuilding? Give me a minute to figure that one out. Hi, bro. What are your thoughts on going from 15.5-inch arms to 17-inch arms without bulking? It's just going to take a really, really long time. because you're not going to have the measurements become inflated from bulking. So that's pretty much going from like intermediate to like advanced level arms, and that can take years. So you just have to stay patient. Like you can bulk and get 17-inch arms in a year and a half, 2 years, and you can speed up the process. But if you were to equate your body fat, then it's just going to take a lot longer. And ultimately, if you're recomping, then your measurement isn't going to change that much. So eventually, you are going to have to bulk to bring your body fat percentage up higher to what it used to be when you started at 15 and a half. Do you isolate neck? No. Increasing IQ by 50, double it and give it to the next guy, profit fear, and he will pave the way for us all. Um, let's see. So if my IQ is what did they I took a test, they said it was like 79 or something. So 50 would put it up to like 114. I don't know. Thank you for that advice. No problem. Who's that behind you? Get back there. I don't know. He got out. How do you learn about biomechanics, resistance profiles, and more advanced concepts? Resistance profiles I taught myself. They're much simpler than people realize. Once you learn how the basic concepts of it work, you can apply it to every lift. Biomechanics, you just have to you can just Google things. You can just look at anatomy charts. You can figure it out pretty simply. And then there's a lot of good content creators too. I wouldn't say have one go-to source to learn about biomechanics. There's a lot of good people, and you can kind of learn things here and there, look deeper into it, do your own research on it, and figure it out from there. And a lot of it's not just like, oh, I learned all of this in like a 2 week phase. Now I know everything about it. A lot of it's just from like, it's stuff I happen to learn through being curious in lifting for a decade. What's up, boss? What up, guy? His weight to arm size ratio is great. Who you talking about, me or Alex? Alex's weight to arm size ratio is very good. Some Natty Pro have 18-inch arms at 4 to 5% body fat. Seriously, that's actually insanity. What's your neck training protocol? It's all just a byproduct of deadlifts, back work. I got somewhat lucky where my neck isn't advanced or anything, but it's like I did make some gains on my neck for sure. I believe it's 17, maybe 17 and a half inches, but I can't quite remember. Of course, a lot of it comes down to how you measure it, but I think I just put my head up straight and measured right below the Adam's apple. And I think it was around 17 or so. It might have been 17 and a half, but for some reason that sounds high. So I don't want to say that incorrectly. So take that with a grain of salt. Frequency for beginners, why? It teaches you how to lift faster. It gets you used to certain lifts and you can practice them more, or at least similar movement patterns. You get used to using your muscles faster. If you're training once a week, then you only have 52 times a year if you're perfectly consistent to learn how to work a specific muscle. If you train it 3 times a week, that's 156. I remember Revival Fitness claiming his tested IQ was 160. That reminds me of a different fitness YouTuber. No, I'm not gonna. I'm done talking about Revival Fitness. Let's see. 79 reminds me of the Togi clip. Bro, there's no way her IQ is 79. It's at least 150. 150. Yeah, right. It's probably 100. I think I'm just very average from an IQ standpoint. I think the thing I don't even know how they test IQ in its entirety. I know a lot of it's pattern recognition, which um I actually do pretty well in, but I also like failed English in high school and no big deal. Favorite biceps exercise besides preacher curls? I can't say I have one. I would, I really do like alternating dumbbell curls. I really do like strict, cable curls where you can put your arm up against the post and curl like this, and just good old dumbbell incline curls are all pretty solid. Some of these comments are hilarious. What body fat would you say you are? Right now, probably 20, maybe 19. Doug Miller, yeah, his arms are nuts. That guy's got a ridiculous physique. What areas of lifting knowledge you want to improve right now? I want to continue to learn more about biomechanics. I feel like you can never stop learning with biomechanics. Hey BB, love the vids. When I do RDL, I feel it all in my back. Do you think it's better to take the ego hit and do a massive form reset or switch to good morning where I have no emotional investment? Yeah, RDLs are a lift where you are going to have to do pretty big technique resets. Not necessarily pretty big, but you will have to do technique resets every now and then. So what I would do is just film your sets, see if you can keep a neutral spine and just kind of maximize hip bend without letting your knees track forwards, and uh, take your eccentrics nice and slow. Find a standardized stopping point and don't go too low to where your hips kind of tap out and your back has to round, and you should be fine. And just focus on stimulus and focus on establishing a good technique in your first rep, and then just try and replicate that. And wherever your reps end up, they end up. But you can practice a similar technique using good mornings. But I would say try and stick with RDLs, try and break past that mental barrier. Based on there's no way you're only 79, you're clearly very smart. Oh, well, yeah, I know. Yeah, handsome, smart, tall, jacked, all those things. Humble. No, I don't know what my IQ is. Thoughts on TNF? I like his content a lot. He's good at what he does. I like him, and he's good at what he does. Togi's IQ is probably higher when he isn't inebriated. Are you lean bulking currently? No, I'm maintaining. Thoughts on gatekeeping thinking inside the gym? Yeah, you're sup yeah, you have to go through, like, a hardcore dogma phase before you become a real lifter. You just have to, like, blindly follow Paul Carter or, like, power building before you, like that's your, what's it called? Rite of passage to become a real lifter. You have to, like, succumb to Paul Carter's dogmatism or insert creator here. I don't mean to just talk about him. Irek Beretta has an insane physique. I don't know him. Based in bodybuilding, have you heard of Jonathan Warren? He is very into biomechanics. I think he's one of the only good hands to be beers giving advice. I have heard of him. Me and him have done a podcast together on his channel. If you want to check it out, tall black. Yeah, I may or may not have slipped tall in there. TNF is a bit of a knob. No, the only thing about TNF is he tends to maybe associate a little bit too much with Paul Carter, and I think their way of thinking tends to be quite dogmatic. So as of now, everything looks kind of good, but I would be a little bit worried about him maybe becoming blinded by certain dogmatic beliefs that he might have. Just as a concern. But that's not to say that that's not to like talk down about his content because I do genuinely like it. I had a provisory. See, that's how I know my IQ is low. I don't even know what that word is. IQ test at 105, but I am a proud target. Me and BB literally have the same characteristics. That's yeah, that's very good actually. Thoughts on Paul Carter? The tough part is a lot of his content is a lot of his claims are right, but he does tend to be pretty dogmatic. Who would win 100 gorillas or one basement bodybuilding? Probably the gorillas. Because if you're a bodybuilder, just it means that it means that you can't fight. Now, if it was 100 basement bodybuildings versus one gorilla, I don't know. Basement, you think Doug Miller's natty? I don't know enough about him to make a genuine assessment on that, but for guys that compete naturally, I tend to give him the benefit of the doubt until I have reason to believe otherwise. Do you still play hockey? I do, men's league. It's so fun. I have such a good time with it. I got blocked by Paul Carter for liking a comment disagreeing with him. It's such an insane social media tactic. Imma keep asking you thoughts on insert random person here, just a heads up. Yeah, send it. I'll probably answer some of them if it's people I know or people that I like. Favorite rap album? I would say Forever's a Mighty Long Time is pretty sick. Thoughts on Eugene Teo? I like his content. I don't think he posts that much anymore, though. I feel like I haven't seen one of his videos in forever. Thoughts on Profit Fear? YouTube fitness legend and was the inspiration behind my JM press technique. I've learned so much from him when it comes to JM press variations. Yeah, love Profit Fear. I think he's a very very smart lifter. Thoughts on Arthur Morgan? I know he's RDR too, but I haven't played. Leroy Colbert or Steve Reeves? Both. I can't pick one guy. I mean, I can't speak. I mean, I've made it over 2 hours, very little stuttering or mistakes. Leroy Colbert's arms are insane, but Steve Reeves' physique is insane, so apples and oranges. Not that Leroy's physique isn't insane. How much can you good morning for 10 reps? If you don't do it, what's your RDL 10 rep max? I could probably hit maybe just under 405, maybe 405, but my technique wouldn't be perfect. It would be a little bit sloppy. How do you fail overhead easy bar tries of extension? I always get weirdly stuck, lol. So when the bar gets stuck at the bottom, track your elbows forwards and you can do a bit of an overhead press. And if that doesn't work, you can even lean forwards or stand up and do a push press to get it off. Or you can get a spotter. It's kind of extreme, but that absolutely does work too. Thoughts on Peter Kacharian? I don't know enough about his content. I do know that he tends to be a little bit minimalistic for my liking. I tend to favor machines and stability a bit more than he does. I know he's very much old school, which absolutely does have its own benefits too. So I really like his stuff. We have different outlooks, but I respect him a ton, and I really like what I've seen from him 100%. Jesus, I had to leave for a training sesh, came back and bro is still going. You gotta lift longer. It's only been 2 hours. No, I'm kidding. F, marry, kill, GBS, natural hypertrophy, and oxygen. Yeah, not happening. Thoughts on Goat? Oh, guys, this is getting crazy in here. He accused me of photoshopping my thumbnails. I heard that. But what I will say is I don't think he was being genuine with that. I think he was just clickbaiting, so I'll let it slide. I don't I can't bring myself to care. That's a sign that I'm getting old. I don't care at all about what people say. Like genuinely, I can't bring myself to even have the energy for it. Are you ticklish? Yeah, I'm very ticklish actually. Thoughts on LeBron? I saw him flop. Like I'm a hockey fan. I can't get behind that. Yo, Basin, my upper back built decently built, but weirdly my rear delts are very lagging. No matter what my rear delt isolation I do, the upper back just takes over. Any tips? So your upper back will always probably contribute to a degree, but what I would try is a side lying rear delt fly, a single arm with a dumbbell like that. And that's my go-to if your rear delts genuinely are lagging. I keep losing my questions here. Peter Kacharian actually does a bunch of machines and has a pretty balanced routine, but I think he pushes that old school message as part of his brand. Yeah, that's fair. And that's why I try not to speak too much on people that I'm not familiar enough with. I don't watch a whole ton of YouTube fitness anymore. So a lot of my thoughts are not going to be very complete. So I don't want to give, I don't want to speak too much on certain people, I guess. Koth photoshopped his own pictures to be fair. Oh, yeah, projection. Um, I don't watch them very much, but I first found Profit Fear a few years back from his troll video about vegan gains. That's hilarious. Koth would never lie. Okay, grandpa. What? Is the method of using compound lifts first? I can't even get up there. I'm still trying to figure out how to use this chat. Is the method of using compound lifts first in an exercise, then isolations at the end still appropriate for an intermediate lifter? Generally speaking, it will just kind of work out that way, where the muscles that are closer to your center are usually going to be better trained through compounds than as you train your more like extremities and whatnot. Then it will generally be best trained through isolation. So there's not like a better or worse way to go about it, but what I would say is generally that's just how it will fall, and that's generally going to be the best way to go about it. What color socks do you wear? Black. Chin up's good for bicep size. No, I wouldn't say so. Best upper back builder with only free weights and calisthenics available. Um, hard to argue against Pendlay rows. I'm a pretty big fan of those, or cheat barbell rows. Ever squat in duck boots? No, I haven't. What do you recommend for upper back thickness and broadness mix? Elbows flared, chest supported T-bar row. It's going to take you a pretty long way. Favorite cartoon? I haven't watched cartoons in forever. Probably Tom and Jerry. I like that as a kid. Are seated ham curls enough for hamstrings, or is a hinge necessary? I would say a hinge is necessary to an extent, but I would say a hinge is definitely necessary for the spinal erectors. Is Michael O'Hearn natty? I'm on the fence. I cannot tell for my life. Outside of the gym, what are other things you want to learn more about? There's a lot. There's a lot. I don't know if I could pin down one, but I think starting with learning more about history is probably where I want to start. Thoughts on Eric English? Not sure who that is. Favorite dinosaur? I have no idea. Are you into chess or gaming? I'm a game developer. Ooh, actually, yeah. So I do like chess quite a bit. I'm not. I'm definitely a beginner, very much a casual. As far as gaming goes, I my favorite indie game was The Forest. I mentioned that earlier. I played that about a year and a half ago with a couple buddies. Super fun. So games like that are excellent. I've played a lot of chill, kind of the classics, Call of Duty, GTA, and whatnot. It's like what I grew up with. Um, but I'm still trying to find more like survival type open world games. Like that stuff I really like. And I could see myself liking Red Dead Redemption 2, that kind of stuff. How do you like face pulls for traps? They're not stable enough for the traps to be firing enough, in my opinion. So I like them for rear delts, but not so much for traps. Thoughts on best genetic advantages versus disadvantages? I mean, the biggest genetic advantage is it's going to be your muscle belly size. Obviously, not the size of the muscle itself, but your what people would call your quote unquote insertions. That's going to be huge. Disadvantages would just be the opposite if you have bad genetics for that. Brontosaurus is the goat, if you say so. Nice. My game's more of a soft RPG, highly thematic and a bit surreal. Don't want to plug, but you can note down Helmersoft, my game dev channel, if you want to see how it turns out. I stream often. I will definitely take a look. How jacked can I get? Yeah, I've seen your handle in my comments quite a bit for a while now. How much caffeine do you use? Zero. I haven't had caffeine since December of 2019. So it's been 5.5 years. Do you see yourself making videos other than lifting content? I don't. I could see myself using B-roll of other things, like, if I was to film, like, a nice scenic, like, backpacking, hiking, camping trip, then I would talk over that, but I can't see myself making topics on anything else. Maybe on hockey, like, maybe, but that would very much just be for a hobby. Have you played Morrowind? No, I haven't. Basement, since you're content with your physique, why not get as lean as you can? Because I have to bring up, spots that I've let go on the back burner for a bit. So my lats aren't up to where they should be right now. I think I've regressed a little bit. Same with the rear delts as well as the legs. So before I get super lean, I want to bring those up and then I'll be content to go into a cut. What's your Minecraft username? I don't even remember. Have you watched Vitruvian Physique? I have. Yeah, I haven't watched him in forever, but I really liked his channel. Yeah, I'm a land simp, I can't help it, I'm in love. Oh, that's what everybody says. No, I'm kidding, I appreciate it. Um, damn, BB looking suave today. You probably passed your English test in high school. What do you predict will be the next big fad? I don't know. It's tough to say. Whatever Paul Carter wants it to be. Or Jeff Nippard. Jeff Nippard loves his fads too. But he has good intentions behind him, I think. Do you consider shoulders to be part of the arms? No. Very different function. What's your favorite time of the day to train heavy lifts? Later at night. I don't do it anymore just because I hate waiting all day just to lift. Like I do like to kind of get right to it. I never thought I'd be that guy, but I'm kind of turning into that. Thoughts on Pookie Jeff Nippard? I like him. I like Jeff Nippard a lot. His I ironically not that I don't like his newer videos, but I found his older videos to be very interesting. Like when I first got into lifting in 2015, 16, 17, 2018, like around that time, I really did like his channel, and I still like it, but he's definitely more like beginner oriented now, I would say. Why is the lifting community so obsessed with caffeine, especially monsters? Because they burn themselves out and they're dependent on it. Simple as that. Do you think one can go too hard on isolations? Um, I mean, anything is possible, but that's gonna be super rare. That sounds amazing. I also thought the same about your lats. You'll look genuinely insane once your lats catch up to the rest. Yeah, I think so. They used to be a very strong point for me, but one thing I will say is now that my biceps are dominant, it actually makes lat training much more difficult. So I think I'm going to have to learn some new things, and I might have to actually start like genuinely isolating them with like pullover variation. So we'll see. It's one of those weird things where it's like my lat training just doesn't feel as good as it used to now that my biceps start to take over a bit. It's very interesting, very weird. I don't. I that's like the downside to having an arm dominant physique. Thoughts on Alex O'Connor, the philosopher? I'm actually not familiar with him. Who do you think is the best natural physique of all time? It's so hard to tell because that's where you don't know if someone's natural or not. It's impossible to say, but it's hard to say. It's hard to go against Steve Reeves, in my opinion. How much protein do you consume? Do you notice any differences in the gains if you consume more or less? I don't. I probably have about 130 grams a day, and I weigh 190. I might have maybe closer to 140, but I don't track it. I just have enough. I just feel like I have enough, and my gains have been solid for a decade. Forearm exercise list: dumbbell bench, wrist finger curl extension, seated dumbbell hammer curl, reverse easy curl, good enough. Yes, definitely enough. You don't need a whole ton to grow your forearms because they do get trained quite a bit through your just bicep elbow flexion anyways. So you don't have to do a whole ton. But I would say hammer curls and reverse curls definitely does enough. And if you have to train the wrist flexors, yeah, a wrist or a finger curl will do the trick for sure. Hair care routine. So Uh, Pretty straightforward. I actually do wash my hair every day. I shower every morning after I lift. From there, what I'll do is I'll dry my hair off a little bit, and it's still pretty wet, but I'll put my pomade in it, and then I'll kind of like find whatever the middle part is, kind of just let it fall naturally, and then kind of push everything back, use a little bit of pomade, and it kind of just stays like this. It gets messed up easily because I have thin hair. So if like wind's blowing or like I take a shirt off and it messes up my hair, it's annoying, but it is what it is. I find that it's a fine hairstyle for my hair type. What is the worst machine you've ever used? Mine is the Techno Gym leg curl. I would say I'm not a huge fan of like any selectorized life fitness machine. They're fine to use if that's all you have, but they just are not on the same level as like a Cybex. I would really recommend frontal plane pull-ups for lat isolation. Yeah, yes, I do like those. Thoughts on rep pauses? So pause reps, I do like in certain cases, but I would say in the majority of cases, this actually might be something to relate back to what I was saying about disagreeing with other noble natties. A lot of them do like pause reps. I'm not a huge fan of them in most cases. And the reason for that is because I find that it can take you out of your position a little bit, and it's going to be quite lift dependent. But I find like if you were to pause on a squat, instead of like staying in the groove of maybe keeping a little bit more knee dominant, your stronger muscles are just going to take over and your body's going to take the path of least resistance up. So you kind of like you make the technique that you have in the groove that you're in ever so slightly foreign to where you almost it's hard to not take the path of least resistance up, which isn't always the path you want to take. So if you're doing a like a high bar squat and you pause at the bottom, you're more prone to have your hips take over on that following concentric than you were if you were just to like go to the bottom then come back up in that same path that you just came down in. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of pausing every time. Guys, I think BB has the best natural physique. Oh, easily. If you could look like Arnold or Reeves, who would you choose? I would pick Steve Reeves. Arnold's a little too big for my liking. Like, looks insane, but just little too big. Good problem to have if you're a bodybuilder. Monster's just a meme at this point. It's like, why is DMC fans obsessed with White Monster? DMC? I don't even know what DMC is. Oh, like the Democratic Party? No, I'm kidding. Let's see. Thoughts on hoist machines combining an amusement park with gym optimal? They feel oddly good. I wouldn't say they're particularly good or bad, so I'm fine with them, but I wouldn't like seek them out instead of something else. Do you have a dream car? Yeah, unfortunately, it's discontinued. It's a tan third generation Tacoma. Bald Omni Man has a pullover variation you might be able to use. He's been pushing the movement recently. I'll check it out. Recommendations for buying a preacher bench? Yeah, just get something that's commercial grade. The home gym stuff tends to be a little bit weak in my experience. I don't have a whole ton of experience using them, but when I've like seen them, touched them, used them a handful of times here and there, like a garage gym or something, I haven't liked them. So go commercial grade if possible, and check Facebook Marketplace. My hammer strength machine I got for like 250, which I think is a good deal because it's going to last me forever. Cable versus dumbbell lateral raise. They're both really good, but I would recommend the cable. You'll get a lengthened bias resistance profile. It's going to be good for the side delts. You will, what I'd suggest here is use a cuff if possible. Set the cable origin to wrist height when your wrist is by your side, and then keep your rib cage down. Create separation between your humerus and your rib cage, and you should be good. Life fitness machines are not too bad compared to Matrix or Techno Gym. Maybe the machines in the US are way better than the UK on average. I'm actually not sure about the difference between US and UK. All I know is that I don't like Life Fitness machines that much, or at least a certain brand that I've used, or the not brand, certain line. Basically, Resident Evil's unplanned brother. I've gotten that comment once or twice. Something about Resident Evil saying I look like him or whatever. I don't know who it is though. Dream car is a Volvo 740. I actually don't know what that is. Although isn't Volvo discontinued? Are they still a thing? Do you recommend any bodybuilding books? Off the top of my head, no. Eric Helm's Muscle and Strength Pyramids, if I think that's what it's called. That's a useful book if you want to learn a lot of the science of lifting. Any thoughts of branching out doing meetups with other YouTubers? I would be open to it, especially if it works travel wise. Definitely, it's not something I'm in like a rush or super eager to do, but I feel like at some point, like why not? I think it'd be cool to meet up with someone. Do you want to have a lot of kids? Personally, planning on raising a baby army. Oh, I love it. I don't know how many kids I want to have, but I do want kids. What makes a good person in your opinion? Somebody that sticks to their own moral compass, I would say. There's a huge debate about good and evil, but I would say sticking to your moral compass and not caving to the mob or the popular opinion or whatever. Sticking to what you actually believe is right, not just conforming, because that's when you run into societal problems when everybody conforms to one thing that doesn't turn out to be the quote unquote right thing, and then you didn't have enough people pushing back on it. 250 for a hammer strength machine, that's a steal. Well, technically not a machine, it's just a preacher curl bench, but yeah. Collab with Togi when I don't think he'd step foot in where I live. I think NH live close to you. Man, I really like your videos, please, but please add some more B-roll to the ones you decide not to. Yeah, I tend to either just film a sit down video or one that's pure B-roll from a previous workout recently. Any rec fem exercise I can do besides leg extension? Well, actually, the lift Milo Wolf popularized the reverse Nordic is actually pretty solid. Do you have a Discord server? I don't, but if you guys want me to make one, then I could. I don't know if that is something that I would have to like moderate or whatever, or if that's something that is just like a community where subscribers can talk about stuff and I can chip in when I have time. Volvo's around Saab is dead, Swedish brands. Yeah, my brother had a Saab for a while and he really liked it. Lots of gyms in New Zealand and Australia have got all life fitness machines. I wish they had more. I mean, I think they have a few different lines, but I've never really liked them that much. Thoughts on Blaha? I don't think he likes me that much. What's your favorite drink? Um, Water. I mean, it's my favorite thing to drink. But if we're talking about a beer, I don't even have a favorite anymore. Like I used to kind of know, but it just depends on what I want to drink. If it's like a light beer after like the hockey game or something, that's gonna be different than like if I'm going to some brewery. But generally, if I'm going to a brewery or getting dinner, I would get an IPA. But it I don't know. Battery Steel's my favorite brewery as far as who makes like the best tasting beer. How many subscribers do you want? I imagine you would like to stay small in the YouTube sense, not the muscle sense. Yeah. Well, technically, the more subscribers I get, the less I care. I never check my subscribers anymore. It was like super cool at the start when I like got to like I remember getting to 700 and I was like, this is just nuts. Like I never thought this would happen. And then the more I got, the less interesting it was because I had already experienced like the growth. So it's like, oh, all right, well, it's still going. Like it is what it is. Like as long as people like the videos and they watch them, like that's kind of why I do it. So there's no goal at all. As long as I'm making content that I like and people as like it as well, like that's really all I care about. Thoughts on Unk in parentheses Monday. Um, I don't know that much about him. Just joined. Hello from Croatia. Oh, what is up? I think you're the second person from Croatia to join this live. What is your ancestral background? Polish, English, Italian, and a couple other smaller ones. I believe I'm a little bit French Canadian, maybe a tiny bit Irish, but Polish and English are the big ones. Rug pull when. Thoughts on heavy duty slash HIT training? It can teach you to train hard. I just wouldn't stick with it forever. But if you have a hard time with intensity, it is very easy to learn how to train hard when you don't have that much of a workload because you don't have all that negative anticipation going into a certain session. So if you know you only have, say, a handful of sets or a handful of lifts to do on a certain day, it can make training hard much less daunting, and it can almost incentivize you to train hard because if you're like, all right, well, I only have this one or two quick opportunities to get all the stimulus I need to grow the muscle, like I'm absolutely going to leave it all on the table because I'm not doing this again for a few days, and even then I'm not doing that much work. So it's a very good way to learn how to train hard and kind of switch up your incentives a little bit. So I'm a fan of it in the short term. Then you can kind of apply those principles that you learn in that process to your more optimal programming. So it is Bud Light. Nope, not Bud Light. What is cumulative probability? Don't ask me. When are you upgrading your dumbbells after switching to nicer dumbbells from the loadable handles? The exercise becomes more enjoyable and more likely to be done. Not. I just don't have the space for a full dumbbell rack, and I don't want to invest super heavily in like adjustable, more easily adjustable dumbbells, like a Nuobell or variation of that quite yet. I think I'd rather just wait a few years till I have the next house and buy a used 5 through 100 rack or something. When two Noble Natties collab, do you think it should be uploaded to the bigger channel so their fan base would flock to the smaller guy? Uh, no, I don't. I Part of me thinks like if it was like, well, I was gonna say me and Alex Leonidas, but his channel's like 10 times plus bigger than mine. If it's two Noble Natties, I mean, I think each person would upload a video, and that way if there happens to be somebody that only follows one person and not the other, then you can kind of at least get used to like seeing that person, and it could potentially be a very good information source for you. But I don't think it matters all that much. Can you do a backflip right now? No, my ceilings are too low, and I can't do a backflip. Croatia is extremely beautiful. I would go back this summer. I don't know anything about Croatia. I'm not very worldly. I've never left the US. I mean, Canada. Historical book recommendations, Joseph P. Farrell. Noted. Thoughts on starting upper body workout with arm isolation for lifter with stubborn arms? I'm not a huge fan of it because it will make your torso and your presses and your compound pulls kind of suffer a little bit. So what I would do is do it as early as you can, but not before torso compound lifts, and get rid of any junk volume too. So you don't want to be excessively doing a bunch of variations for the torso, and then you're smoked when you go to train your arms. So that's the issue with arm growth or stubborn arms is probably more down to how hard you willingly train your arms and the exercise selection in most cases. Any opinion on South Dakota law? Um, no opinion on South Dakota. No, I've never been, and I don't know anything about it. But I've heard it is beautiful in that area. I hate that getting strong makes cheap home gym stuff impossible to use 100%. Yeah, I actually I try and get mostly commercial grade stuff at this point. Ever watch Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul? Not enough of it. What's one piece of equipment you regret buying? I bought a super cheap squat rack as one of the first things I got for the home gym, and I regretted that because I overpaid for it, and it was just it was very much home gym grade, and it sucked. It would move around when I went to rack the bar. Other than that, mm, maybe my Power Tech inverted leg press, only because it's a 30-degree incline, and you need a bunch of weight for it's like, it's just not feasible for anyone past, like, an intermediate, and even though my legs aren't super advanced, like, it's just not gonna work for someone that's somewhat strong, so that was probably a regret of mine, but either way, it's like, it's a nice piece of equipment, and I've kept it in good shape, so if I wanna sell it, I'll be able to sell it pretty easily. I think it might just take some time to find a buyer. How many friends do you have? Is lifting at any time interfered with that number? I don't have a whole ton of friends. I had a good amount in high school. I just haven't kept in touch with enough people. So I have like a handful of close friends that I keep in touch with pretty regularly, but we all live in different parts of the country now, so I don't get to see them a whole ton. But I usually try and like if someone's coming home or something, then I'll go down and meet up with them and whatnot. But it's honestly not all that often. So I have a couple friends up here, and yeah, most of them are spread throughout the country, so don't get to see them as much as I'd like to. Do you read much fiction? Any good novels lately? Any good films? Yeah, so I'm reading King of Dogs right now, and it's pretty interesting. I am 140 pages in, so I think I'm about a quarter or a third. Yeah, I think it's a third done with that book, and it's pretty interesting so far. And from what I can tell, it's only going to get better, so that's interesting. I just finished up 1923 as well, and I know I talked about it in the last Q&A, but that was a very anticlimactic show. They kinda had a letdown at the ending. I'm not gonna give any spoilers because, I know you guys might have not seen it yet, but I would still recommend watching it. It's a cool concept, but man, they kinda it was a beginning and an end. There was no actual, like, story in the middle, which is kinda disappointing because it was so good otherwise, and they really set it up to make it seem like it was gonna be a very good show. So, I'm curious to see how they recover on that with other spin-offs, and I do plan on watching them even though that was disappointing. So, that's pretty much it. Noble Natty House. Yeah, could you imagine? There wouldn't be nearly enough drama. I feel like we'd all just get along and be so, like, normal and, like, mature. Would you like to travel outside the US, though? Yeah, I will for my honeymoon. That'll be my first time. What's your ideal physique? What I have now with probably better spinal erectors and better lats, rear delts, better calves. And then just 10%, 20% bigger. Like, I would just leave it at that. I like my proportions and everything. Do you think that just you freaked out again. Do you think the chase for the stretch is excessive? Love your videos. It's toning down now, but yes, and that's why I released that video where I said the chasing the stretch hypertrophy is the most overrated thing or whatever. Because I thought it's worth talking about. I do think it's overrated. You're deaf a Canadian, you are not fooling anyone. I can smell the maple syrup from the screen. I did have banana walnut pancakes for lunch before coming down here, so I did have maple syrup with that. How long have you had a home gym? It was the first thing that I bought a bench press before a couch when I bought the house. So it was March of 2021. So a little bit over 4 years. What are your most proud lifts? The lifts I'd be most proud of would be when I was powerlifting. I mean, I wouldn't say I cared that much, but 500 for 10 deadlift was pretty sick. That's probably the best one. Maybe, or you could say the 605 deadlift or whatever. But yeah, my deadlifts were always pretty strong. But it wasn't fulfilling to me. Like I kind of forgot about it. It was an ego thing. I was like, oh, this will look cool on social media, or like this will impress people. It's like it doesn't really do much for you. You kind of get there and you're like, oh, like that's it. Kind of anticlimactic. Do you think Shizzy is natty? I don't follow him that closely, but I don't know. I can't tell. Like I genuinely can't tell. I think it's 50-50. I do think there's a chance he is a genetic freak. I will say that. How much can you strict OHP? I don't know because my ceilings are short. I haven't I've done an overhead press, like a standing overhead press once in the past 5 years, because my ceilings are 7 feet, so I can't do a full overhead press. I did do them outside last year, and I hit 135 for like 7 or 8, I believe. But the most I've ever done was 165 for three. I got 170, maybe 175 for a single. But I failed 185 or 180 or something like that. Like my one rep max was never that strong in overhead press at all, relative to like my other lifts at least. Does travel appeal to you? I never found myself super interested. It it does to an extent. It definitely is appealing, but not in maybe like the conventional sense. Like I think a lot of people that are into traveling are like foodies and they like to experience a bunch of new cultures and try new things. I'm less curious about that kind of stuff, but I am more into like traveling to places that are just cooler versions of what I already know, if that makes any sense. So, like where I live, it's a lot of like mountains, lakes, outdoorsy type stuff. And like when I went to Colorado, it was just like that on steroids with like a different landscape. So that's something I really liked. Like I wouldn't be super interested in going to like when I went to Florida for the first time, I was like, yeah, this is like it's just kind of different. It's like kind of interesting, but I'm not like, oh wow, this is super interesting. And I know Florida's not like the place to go for like learning new culture or anything, at least compared to someone that already lives in the US. But uh I think not being a foodie might diminish my incentive or motivation to travel and whatnot. But I do enjoy traveling, and I find that's very good for your mental health as far as like, getting out of your routine goes. Oh, we got a low battery, boys, and 1.5 girls. Let me plug this thing in. All right, we're good. What's cheaper, home gym or commercial gym membership? It depends how addicted you are to buying home gym equipment on Facebook Marketplace. Ultimately, you can get a pretty solid home gym for cheaper, but just it depends how much stuff you're buying and how much space you have and how much you want to get for your home gym. You and Blahoff. The Blahoff questions are getting crazy. It's probably like the seventh one. Thoughts on Sean Nalawani? Love Sean Nalawani. Tells it like it is. Uh, he makes great content. He has, for those of you who haven't seen his older content, I do think it's worth checking out. I mean, some of it might be outdated since it's 10 plus years at this point, but he has a very good understanding of the fundamentals, and he can explain it better than the vast majority of people can. He cuts to the chase. He's a very intelligent guy, so I would recommend checking out some of his older videos for sure. And his new stuff's good too, but his old stuff will give you it gives you a very solid understanding of the principles of lifting that most people don't talk about anymore. I find they kind of like give you a little out of context piece of advice here, and then one here, and then one here. It's almost like YouTube shortsification of YouTube fitness that every bigger content creator uh, goes after. Where Sean Nalawani, he always gave like fundamentally sound, cut to the chase, 5 to 10 minute videos that are like genuinely helpful. So he has excellent content, and I think he helped kind of shape YouTube fitness a lot, like 10, 15 years ago, and even beyond that. Are you going to upload the live? Yes, I will probably have to figure out how to do that, but I do plan on it. Yeah, basement bodybuilding, you live in Maine, right? I saw the flag in one training video. I thought, oh, cool, we're in the same state. You are picking up on the context clues. Some wild comments here. From actually, I make up that zero point 0.5 Lamau. Yeah, you do. You actually might make up all of the 1.5. Let's see. The Mike Mentzer at home we got. Oh, cool. You're still going. I am. I've met one of my best friends on the NH Discord server. Now we live together regularly. Def consider making what it could be an opportunity for people to get to know each other. That's actually sick. That's super cool. Yeah, I'll definitely consider it. What do you speak any Polish? I do not. 100 duck size, although my last name is Polish. 100 duck size Bugenhagen's first one elephant size you. That's such a good question. Probably the Bugenhagens, just from the mindset. Have you met any of the Noble Natty's girlfriends, wives, or fiancés? No, I haven't. Noble Natty reality show. All right, now I'm caught up to where I was after putting in the charger. My ideal minimalist home gym setup right now would be a Smith half rack and dual cable tower plus all the small stuff. That is an excellent, excellent option. That's super versatile. That is exactly what I would do. If you do the Smith half rack, a dual cable tower, and then you get a preacher curl station and adjustable dumbbells, that is like all you can ask for. If you were to get one other thing, I would say a hybrid like lat pull down with a low row attachment, and you're golden. Lengthened bias training overrated? I don't think so, but I do think lengthened partials are overrated. The reason why I think that is because if you have to focus on voluntarily stopping your concentric in the lengthened position, or once you get just out of it, how how much effort are you leaving on the table? And how do you standardize that? So what I like to do is have a full range of motion, generally speaking, where it's an ascending resistance profile and it's lengthened biased. So you can put a maximal effort through and not be limited by the weakness that you might have in the short position. And that's why I love preacher curls. And it's very stable, and the biceps have good leverage in that position. How old are you and how many years you lift weights? I'm 26. I've been lifting weights. Um, I've been bodybuilding since I was 17. I did a year of strength and conditioning somewhat inconsistently when I was 15 or 16, but it didn't really build me much muscle or anything. It was mostly conditioning work. Seriously, why do you look like Mike? Are you trying to make like a tribute? I don't think I look like him at all. I just think I resemble him because I have a similar hairstyle and a mustache. I really don't think I look like Mike Mentzer, but people keep saying it, so it's funny. Have you ever tried Reps gym equipment? That's the bench I'm sitting on now. I don't have anything else, but I do have I have a client that has a decent amount of their stuff and he really likes them. So I'm yeah, from what I can tell, they're pretty good stuff. And I'm very happy with the bench. It's very high quality and it's a good price. Can you go over your split and volume? I already did earlier, but I'm on a push-pull split. I'm doing 1 to 2 lifts per muscle group per session, a little bit of leg work, and it's 4 days a week. Simple as that. The volume per muscle of direct work probably comes out to about 6 or 8 total sets per week, since I know people like weekly volume. Is there anything you think other natty YouTubers get wrong? I love GVS and Alex Leonidas, for instance. Is there anything that they've said that you disagree with? There's definitely stuff they say that I disagree with. I don't know if I can think of anything off the top of my head, though. So if you have something you disagree with that they said, or something that you think I would disagree with, let me know here, and I'll give my thoughts on it. I can role play a girl for you to marry if you need. No. Got a fiance already, but I appreciate the effort. If you were to visit Europe, which countries would you choose? It would probably be Italy. Probably be Italy. Everyone spam hearts and confetti. Oh, it's gonna happen again because I'm just saying it now. I read someone else's comments, but yeah, you can spam some. Yeah, there we go. Oh, just send me to the bottom. Oh, I have one. I think GVS seems to really like his DB rear delt flies or skiers. I've personally found that single arm cable rear delt flies are awesome. I actually get my rear delt sore. Yeah, I've never been able to feel skiers. The way he does them, it's one of those things where I don't like when people dismiss a lift that takes a little bit of work to kind of get in the feel for, so I wouldn't wanna dismiss that lift until he was able to, like, show me how to do them or something, or if I put more effort and time to actually learn them, like, I'd wanna give him an extended period of time, but I would say that I do like to train my rear delts in a little bit more of a lengthened position than a skier, where it is quite short bias, so it's not my cup of tea, but if it works for him and he knows how to do them in a way that gets him good stimulus, then that's fine. You should do a stream with Alex about things you disagree on. Could be interesting. Yeah, it would be an interesting discussion. I find that one of the things in the noble natty community I found is that people don't disagree with each other enough, or they kind of I don't know if we don't talk about things we disagree on enough, and you don't want to have everybody's opinions kind of blend together. You don't want to surrender your own opinion just for like the good of the group, quote unquote. GVS doesn't like jam press or his triceps actually small. Yeah, they look fine. They look fine, proportional. I said "F you" to bodybuilding channels, and I told them their acceptable behavior is actually not acceptable, and now just follow the powerlifting guidelines and training, but Landon, I don't even know what that means. Thoughts on a 15-year-old benching 500 for reps and 445 to elbow depth? It's insane. It's insane. I can't comprehend that. Your channel is very good, and I like your training principles. I do watch all your content. Much appreciated. Do you know anyone with well-developed obliques? Always want to know how does this look like and if it's worth training for aesthetics. I would say, I mean, in real life, like sure, like some of my lifting buddies and whatnot, they have fine abs, no obliques and whatnot. Profit Fear YouTube channel, he has pretty jacked obliques. He does a lot of ab training, a lot of unconventional stuff too, more complex stuff, but he's a good source. If you take your glasses off, does your mustache also come off? I actually don't know. I've never taken my glasses off. How do you program cardio into a lifting split? Just make sure it doesn't interfere with your lifting. So I just wouldn't do it before your lifting sessions, and you should be fine. Would you program dumbbell pullovers as a lat exercise? I wouldn't, just because the resistance profile doesn't really line up with when the lats would be leveraging the rib cage. So I actually do like dumbbell pullovers, but I would treat them more as a long head of the tricep exercise with bonus lat growth, and it's cool if you get it. But I wouldn't use a lat spot for dumbbell pullovers. Thoughts on super heavy deadlifts? I like them as long as your form's good. Landon, do you ever do cable, preacher curls at all, or just dumbbells? Myself, I like both. I just do easy bar preachers. I don't have anything against cable. It's just I don't see a reason to do it when an easy bar is easier to set up. How much weight, how many reps do you do for pull-ups when you did them? Um, Anywhere. I mean, I could probably 1 rep max, 2 plates or higher, when I was at my peak pull-up strength, but I find that I prefer to keep my technique clean, keep my scaps kind of flush to my back and depressed and get my shoulder girdle moving the way I want to and just do body weight. So I'd rather make my technique perfect and get more to less weight, as Alex Leonidas would say, on pull-ups. I find that my traps kind of just start to take over a little bit too much, and my back starts to round, my scaps upwardly rotate if I go too heavy. So that's a lift where I do go for more to less weight. But if we're disregarding technique and just going based on pure pulling strength, I could probably pull a couple plates in addition to my body weight. Where do you buy your row machine? Facebook Marketplace. Discontinued, unfortunately. It's no longer a company. Are you planning to become the next pope? Um, I can't say. Hell yeah, Prophet Fear mentioned. He deserves it. Thoughts on any of these bands? Cherry Ghost, Manchester Orchestra, Bon Iver, or Dropkick Murphys? Where do I know Manchester Orchestra from? I know the name. I don't. I've heard of Bon Iver. I don't know if I know them. Cherry Ghost. I don't think I've heard of them. Dropkick Murphys. I know a lot about. They're from where I'm from, so I'm very familiar with their music. Favorite hobby besides lifting? It'd have to be hockey, just all around. I love playing it. I love watching it. Like after this, I'm gonna go watch the Blues beat the Jets. Isn't Dropkick Murphy from Boston? Yes, they are. Do you listen to Eden? I don't know Eden. What do you think of Alex's OG 2 times a week full body workout systems naturally enhanced? It's good stuff. It's a little bit minimalistic, but it's good stuff. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I do I do remember liking it, definitely. Will you ever compete? No, I don't think so. All right, I'm tired of this. Fair enough. It's been a while. Like, I wanna get into jam pressing because it's cool. Maybe I'm not patient, but I get frustrated when the limiting factor is my elbows feeling uncomfortable and clicking with depth. I would just start light. I would do your warm-ups too, and you don't also have to go down as low as I go. You can take time and build up your mobility. So start super light, and you can use a barbell if that feels better than the Smith, definitely. So what I would do is just take your time, start super light. Alex Leonidas to start with your skull crusher weight. I'd say that's fine. You could even go a little bit lighter and then just incrementally load up in 5 pounds every single week. Don't train to failure. And eventually, what will happen is that will slowly get closer to a working set. And eventually, it will go from like a prehab style movement, kind of priming your elbows, into an actual working set. And then once it becomes a working set, you can replace whatever. Um, variation for your working sets you were using within that session, and that jam press is hopefully feeling primed enough for you. And however long it takes, it is what it is. So I would stay patient and do it as like a secondary lift after what you're already doing for triceps on that session. The live stream is such a vibe, bro. You have to do this again. Yeah, I probably will. What are you guys doing tomorrow morning? I'm kidding. I'm sleeping in. Actually, I have work to do tomorrow morning. Usually what I do is I'll do like my client check-ins and communications I do on weekdays, and then Friday afternoon, my programming's done weekly. So I'll usually Friday afternoon update everybody's program. And I decided to do a live stream today. So that has to be done tomorrow. So I cannot sleep in. I have to do all that. Manchester Orchestra wrote the silence. I think I'd have to hear it. What's happening, big dog? Not a whole ton. Doing a live stream on a Friday afternoon. Opinion on Cousins by Kanye West. I haven't heard of it, so that probably means it's off one of his more recent albums. I can't remember the last album I listened to. Actually, I think I listened to the first Vultures, or at least part of it. I haven't listened to it since then. When I meant him, not it. Favorite hockey team, Leafs making the cup, lol. No, Leafs are not making the cup. Not even close. My favorite team, I'm a Bruins fan. That's why I have the Bruins headband that I always wore, the old meth bear during my road to 18 inch arms. I'm from Massachusetts. Um, I don't live there anymore, but that's where I grew up. Leafs, they don't have a number one defenseman. They have a lot of pretty good, but no great. You need someone great. If you look at recent cup winners, Forsling, elite number one defenseman, better than anyone on the Maple Leafs. Before that, in 2023, Vegas won Petrangelo. He's excellent. Before that, Colorado won Makar. Before that, Hedman, Petrangelo. 2018, John Carlson. 2017, Letang. Before that, Chicago. So that's Keith, then Doughty, Keith, Doughty again, Chara, Keith. '08 or '09 was it Letang back then for Pittsburgh? I don't even remember who Detroit's was. Did they have Lidstrom back then? Like every cup winning team has an elite number one defenseman, and the Leafs, like, is Morgan Riley that guy? I don't think so. Thanks for recommending Preacher Curls and JM presses. No problem. I'm just trying to show everybody what works for me. I just genuinely love bodybuilding, and I want to put out all my information here. It's just a log of my thoughts. Thoughts on Quinn Hughes definitely leaving Vancouver in the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah, all they have to do is, have New Jersey save some cap space. How'd you end up in Canada? Plain, brother. I'm just like yay for real. Wow, grew up in Mass, me too. It's a good state. Kind of. It has a lot of problems. That's why I left. What was your physique like before you started lifting? Athletic. Like I had a good physique before lifting. I had a good starting point. I just looked like I looked like an athlete. I was probably 15% body fat and looked decent. Like you'd probably guess that I lifted a little bit. Is it hypertrophic to carry on a warm gallon of milk all day? Okay, I think I'm caught up again. What do you think? What do you think training only with dumbbells? I'm not a fan. There's going to be a lot of limitations to that. They're pretty self-explanatory, I think. But obviously, your leg training is going to be limited. The stability isn't great. Natural hypertrophy said that doing lower reps, 3 to 5 on compounds, for example, deadlifts and pull-ups, is superior. What are your thoughts? No, I disagree with that. I would say 5 is generally the lowest you want to go. Going down to 4 in some cases is totally fine too, but I wouldn't go down to 3 reps on anything intentionally. We in the basement. We are in the basement. Do you know Fresh and Fit? I know of him. I don't know much about him at all. Yep, can't disagree with that. We need that number one D man. Just get Dobson. Simple as that. I think he'd thrive in Toronto. Just get Dobson. I think he'd be a Morgan Riley upgrade. You like any English football clubs? I know nothing about soccer. What's your go-to Chinese takeout order? I never get Chinese food. I never get Asian food because I am allergic to peanuts and it freaks me out. And I know a lot of their stuff's cooked in peanuts, so I just avoid it. My first set is not the best usually. The second or third are better. What kind of progress style would you recommend? My first off, I'd recommend warming up more. So what I would do is just add a warm up set. And usually if your second and third sets feel better, it just means that you haven't touched a heavy enough weight prior to getting into your first working set. So in this case, I would do one final warm up set at about 90% of your working weight for like 1 to 3 reps just to kind of get a feel for some heavier weight and prime yourself for it, and then from there, that first set will feel much better. Have you ever thought about shaving your eyebrows? No, I haven't. That's like an Impractical Jokers, Murr. They made Murr do that or whatever. This looks looks so ridiculous. I live in Vegas but don't watch hockey. Can you red pill me on it and how we have a hockey team in the middle of a desert? So big market teams, so like Northeast US, as in New York and Boston, and all the Canadian teams, regardless of the success of that team, will generate a ton of revenue. And the commissioner of the league may or may not have an incentive to try and make the small market teams good because when those teams are good, they generate a lot of revenue. When those teams are bad, the fans do not come to the games. When a big market team in Canada or Northeast US is bad, they still generate a lot of revenue. So you could say from like a conspiracy perspective, that might be the case of why they're good. But honestly, the reason why Vegas is good is because they are like they went all out in the expansion draft. They're ruthless. Like they took the players they wanted. They weren't afraid of a contract or weren't afraid to take any risks like Seattle was. And then they also leveraged their position. They're like, hey, you're a good team. You can only protect so many guys. We won't take this guy if you give us this draft pick. And they just got this massive uh, surplus of picks and capital in general. And then they leveraged that to make more trades and get better players. And then they like, when Eichel had that injury, they went out and got him when every other team was scared to, and he won them a Stanley Cup. Same thing with Petrangelo. Like, every other GM is so, like, afraid to make any mistakes, and they just get left in the dust, and Vegas just kind of, like, won and kinda shoved it all in their face, and I actually like it because I think it forces other GMs to be a little bit more ballsy. Favorite football team? I don't watch football, just hockey. What will your reaction be when Marshawn lifts the cup? Oh, I won't be watching it. When Landon goes into deep thoughts, he's looking at me. Yeah, definitely. You're handsome. How could I not? Thoughts on starting push or upper body days with side delt work? I probably wouldn't do it because it could limit your pressing in terms of what you're doing for your chest. I also don't love pre-fatiguing the side delts before a vertical press for the front delts because then your front delts are not going to get to the desired proximity to failure that you're looking for. Your side delts are going to hold it back. So why not take your front delts to failure? And if your side delts still need more, at that point, I would do some side raises and you should be fine. I didn't hear you. Did you say playing or plane? Why did you move to Canada? That's all a joke. I did not take a plane to Canada. It's scary, but I'm allergic as well. Most Chinese places are fine, including Five Guys, because frying stuff in peanut oil kills the allergens. Actually, I do think you're right. I just have never cared enough. I'm not enough of a foodie to take the risk. I just don't care enough. Have you tried Roger Power pendulum squat? No, just the Arsenal pendulum, which is a lot heavier than the Atlantis one. So what all the little influencers use the little Atlantis one, and they try and act all strong. It's a plate lighter than the big boy Arsenal one, just so you know. I do 100% of the working weight as a warm up. I don't know if I'm a minority, but nothing else gets my first set to be as strong. That is super interesting. Um, something's not adding up there unless you just need a working set as a part of a warm up. So what I would do is I would just do one extra set on it on most things probably, at least the first lift for a muscle group in a given session. I don't know if I have any direct advice for that without watching without watching the way you lift. What kind of back machine would you recommend for a home gym? A chest supported T-bar row is really going to be great if you want to kind of go all out, or just if you want to kind of avoid a machine entirely, just get something useful. A landmine setup with a multi grip attachment is going to go a very long way. For JM press, retract or protract shoulder blades entire time or a mix. You can go either way. It doesn't matter a whole ton. I would say leaving them protracted will almost make it a little bit easier to not want to like protract as you press and involve a little bit more pecs and front delts. A tip from Profit Fear that he mentioned to me, I can't remember if it was in a comment or in like an Instagram DM or something, but he was mentioning that he likes to elevate and kind of protract a little bit, and that might feel a little bit better on JM. So that's one little tip, but I find it mostly just comes down to your preference. And then other than that, all that matters is that you're getting a bunch of elbow flexions instead. They're going to be the prime mover regardless. So get a bunch of elbow flexion and you pretty much should be fine. Any tips on avoiding lower back pain on Smith machine squats? I would say just don't go super, super low. That's probably why you're getting pain. I would also make sure your bracing is good. So set your brace before you start. Take a deep breath in, push your gut out. A belt can help give you some external feedback. And then from there, reset your breath between each rep. Make sure the little bit of breathing you do during the actual rep itself is in check. So what I like to do is just take most of a deep breath in, set my brace before I start the first eccentric, finish the breath in the first half of the eccentric, hold the breath in the bottom half of the eccentric and the first half of the concentric, exhale, reset a little bit at the top, go down. Take your eccentrics very slow too, so you're actually in control. What would you do for super stubborn arms? I would do exactly what I did on the Road to 18-inch arm series. Opinion on calisthenics versus machine and free weights for hypertrophy. I mean, machines and involving some free weights. They're designed around your own biomechanics and your anatomy. Calisthenics is the other way around. You're trying to use your body on an outside implement versus an implement made to work for your body. So machines and free weights are always going to win out, but you can still get pretty big using calisthenics. You'll just have some lagging areas. Does the leg press train hamstrings? And if it does, why? It does not. Uh, it can a little bit if your stance is super, super, super high. But generally, because the hamstrings are biarticular, if they're lengthening at the hips, they're just going to shorten at your knee as your knee bends. You look like a more jacked version of Mike Menser. Right. Definitely. Atlantis leg press, any good? Yeah, I think Atlantis has very good equipment from what I can tell. I don't know if I've used a whole ton of their stuff. I can't remember anything off the top of my head. When I say their stuff was lighter, I'm half kidding. It is lighter. Like you do need to put more weight to make it heavier on their pendulum squat. But as far as quality goes, I think they're just fine. Thoughts on replacing overhead press with behind the neck press across the board for more side delt focus? That should be totally fine. Yeah. Is the pendulum squat same as hack squat or which is better? There's none that are better. I think the pendulum squat feels a little bit better, just because you do get a little bit more hip bend and your hips can travel back just a tad while still keeping it quad dominant. So feels a little bit better, I find, in the resistance profile, even if it's a little bit more. The resistance profile is short biased, but your internal strength curve is still making it that it's more so uh, mid range biased. But for some reason, having a little bit more tension at the lockout and a little bit less at the bottom does feel really good for squats. And I think pendulums are designed really nicely. How are you? I'm good. Do you watch TikTok? I do not. I refuse to download it. I'm even getting sick of Instagram, but I keep it because I like to do like Q&A prompts and stuff on there for the channel. Work like the YouTube, YouTube whatnot, posts like community posts or whatnot, those get no engagement. Like I think they just get like shadow banned or they're a lower priority or something. So when I post up for a Q&A, I'll get like hundreds of submissions on the Instagram post that gets like 2,000 views versus like 20, 30 questions or whatever on a YouTube post where I have 10 times the following. Like it just doesn't add up. Are overhead tricep extensions overrated? No. I think they're properly rated. I just think most people don't do them in a way that's going to grow their long head. Have you started more purposeful ab training? Not yet, but I genuinely do plan on it. Will you do a bigger delt series? Yeah, it's just a matter of when I want to do it. I don't want to force myself to do it before I actually care to, because then it's just not going to be a very compelling series. Versus the road to 18-inch arms, I was very invested in the process, and that's why it was that's why it was enjoyable and interesting to watch. I don't want to just go through the motions. What did you do for road to 18-inch arms? There's an entire series about that, mostly preacher curls and JM press, but watch the workouts didn't change that much. So if you watch 2 or 3 of the episodes from last year, you'll see, um, generally what I did. But um, if you wanna watch more topics about it, then just you can click on whatever title is appealing to you. Incline bench is death row in my upper chest. Is this in my head? Science-based bros say this isn't possible. It's not possible. Definitely not possible. It's so funny how people get so extreme. It's like they like find one little flaw in something and then they take it so far to an extreme. It's just funny. Are you into spicy food? Not particularly, but I don't dislike it. So if something's good and spicy, yeah, I do like it, but I'm not particularly for or against it. I'm very neutral with spice. Is some of your push downs footage using a straight bar cable attachment that's flat instead of the common round ones? Where did you get it? I was trying to look it up. I don't know what it's called. That is the Granite Fitness flat push down bar. It's about 40 bucks. It's a very small company. I don't know if they still make them, but it's worth the investment, in my opinion. One of my friends started exchanging reels with me on Insta, and now my For You page is legitimately concerning. I get more fatigued mentally from 5 minutes of scrolling reels than I would from 2 squat drop sets. Yeah. Yeah, the, algorithm's wild on Instagram sometimes. I don't even know what mine is. It's all just random stuff. I don't go on the For You page that much. "What's up, bro? No questions. Genuinely love your channel. It's a nice refreshing break from the broken fitness community. Much appreciated." Thoughts on Lee Priest? Insanely jacked. I hate training legs. If I had to do 3 leg exercises to look like I don't completely disregard them, which movements should I pick? Uh, Hack squats, low stance leg press, or pendulum squats. Pick one of those. I would do stiff leg deadlifts and then a leg press calf raise, and that will take you very long, or not very long. It'll take you very far. That's a very good minimalist approach to training legs. I've watched some. I know jam press reach girls. How do you incorporate that with your other work? How many days a week total volume? Oh, you'll see it in all those videos, but, volume was, I think, 4 to 6 sets a week for biceps, 6 to 8 sets a week for triceps. I did a push-pull legs, push-pull split, and I swapped the bicep and tricep work on each push and pull day, so I do biceps on my push, triceps on my pull, do that twice a week, and you're pretty much, excuse me, pretty much good to go. I legitimately got a reel that said every meme ever and had one frame, like 10,000 memes with a scratching sound and the N word being yelled the entire video. Sounds about like Instagram. Hello, congratulations on becoming a bit of an elite natural lifter, especially in the arms department. Oh, I wouldn't say elite, but I appreciate the fact that you'd even consider that, man. Why is stiff leg better than an RDL? I wouldn't say it's better, it's just different. And an RDL is going to be a little bit more hip focused, so it's going to be a lot of glutes, still a bit of hams, still a bit of spinal erectors. But what a stiff leg deadlift will do is it will give you a very big range of motion, and it will maximally lengthen your hamstrings if you're using good technique, just about. And it will get your spinal erectors going quite a bit. The glutes are still going to contribute as well. So it's a good lift to kind of get hamstrings and erectors rather than like just glutes with some hamstrings and erectors. So I find that if you're doing a squat pattern that gets a lot of glutes already, an SLDL is a pretty good way to complement that. I also find it's pretty easy to standardize, and sometimes it's just more, it's a little bit less tedious. You can be a little bit looser with technique than you can on RDL. So sometimes it's easier to just shut your brain off and go rip some weight off the ground and just know it's going to be working the right muscles. Hmm. Full body torso limbs as opposed to just doing a full body upper lower. Not a huge difference. Not a huge difference. You can go with preference there. Are pullovers a good way to sneak extra volume for long head to the tricep? Yes. You must have just missed me talking about that probably 30 minutes ago. Bench press for 3 sets 2 times a week is enough for chest growth. Uh, yes, that would be enough for chest growth. I wouldn't say it's going to maximize it because you're going to want some variety there to train different regions or ranges of motion, but that it will definitely grow you. Hopefully, we ain't overwhelming you with too many questions, bro. Lamau. Uh, no, I'm not trying to keep up with everything anymore. I'm learning how to pace myself. So this is all just some trial for me. Also, my grandma would legitimately have a seizure for my For You page. It's insanely epilepsy-inducing videos every other scroll. Yep. Why do you do JM press? It doesn't seem optimal for the long head since there is simultaneous shoulder flexion and elbow extension. Why not do lifts that only involve extension? Genuine question. Now I'm having a hard time talking because I've been talking for 3.5 hours straight. Um, because it's very good for the lateral and medial head of the tricep, and there's no way to get a massive range of motion with a resistance profile like that that keeps the humerus fixed. So there are probably ways to figure that out, but you'd need a very kind of specialized machine in order to do that. So what I do is just go for that lift that maximizes the lateral and medial head and maybe gets a little bit of long head as well, and then find something that complements it to get the long head within that same session. And I don't mind doing that. Can you make a video on how to shrink your glutes? My butt has gotten too big and I can't take the responsibility. That's hilarious. Uh, you'll probably just want to go for more quad bias squats, and that will help you out quite a bit. Can you do stiff leg on a Smith? You can, as long as the Smith allows the bar to go very low to the ground. Some Smiths set the bar at like almost knee height instantly, so it depends on the machine. And I find it feels a little bit awkward. I like to have a free bar that the bar path can move ever so slightly to your personal most efficient path of pull. Doesn't seem like you care about bench press carryover. Me, no. Sissy squat, reverse Nordic standing calf raise. Oh, for the 3 lifts for legs. Yeah, that could be a good way to train lifts that are a little bit less mentally daunting, I would say. Thanks for the live stream after midnight from Norway. Yeah, you're at 12:28, 6 hours ahead of where I'm at. Consider turning around 180 degrees in your bed for maximum recovery. I sent the guy who I was exchanging reels with a video of an AI demon trying to touch the viewer inappropriately. He just said would. Oh, Prophet Fear, he's back. What's up, Prophet Fear? You could do a JM press with shoulder extension instead of flexion. Very easy with lengthened partials. Brainstorm that. Yeah, I would have to brainstorm how to go about that properly. How much weight gain per month for a novice lifter? If you're under 15% body fat, 2 pounds a month. If you're over 15 to 17, I'd probably go for a pound and a half. How to feel RDLs and glutes. Go for maximal hip bend. Let your hips kind of drop a little and go back. I'll probably just watch the vid later. I'm sure there's a lot of wisdom I can gather and spam all my questions. This one, yeah, I do plan on uploading it. I only use TikTok and IG for an obvious reason. I don't want to know what that reason is. My goal is to lose weight and get back in shape. How much is it hurting me that I don't rest much between sets and always use it as cardio instead of resting a while? So, if losing weight is definitely above your desire to build a muscle, it's not going to be the end of the world. If you're a beginner, you'll build muscle even with shorter rest times. It's not the end of the world. I would try and separate your lifting and cardio. Definitely eventually, especially as you get closer to your goal weight, but it's not going to be the end of the world if building muscle is a secondary priority for you. Do you ever include less length and bias movements for recovery? I found I can leg curl much more often than I can do straight legged deadlifts for hamstrings, for example, in terms of soreness. No, I think my training personally is just sustainable enough in terms of workload to where I can, I don't have to use less fatiguing lifts all that often. I just go for the most direct lift I can, regardless of the fatigue. I feel bad for the poor bastard who does timestamps. Yeah, it might be me. I don't know. I'm getting a little too close to 4 hours for me to even consider doing it. I don't know if I can sit through sit through that. It's insane. I'll probably just have to have someone do, like, the AI generated timestamps or something. I might do it in chunks. We'll see. It's supposed to rain all weekend, so maybe I'll take some time and do it. Also, I told Insta that I was a minor, 14, so my For You page wouldn't be as bad, so I can't imagine how much worse it'll be if I told it I was 20. I don't even wanna know. To me, it's kind of insane that these algorithms are even something that you can view at that age. Like, it's just pure brain rot. Like, I'm so glad that when I was 14, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Like, that was when Instagram first came out, actually. I was 14, 13 or 14, and there wasn't even like a For You page. It was just you only followed your friends. It was a chronological timeline, and you would just check it like once a day to see what people post, and it would be like a picture of, like, their backyard. It was like, "Just finished raking," or, like, something like that. It was so innocent. Now it's just it's an absolute nightmare. It sucks. So, I do feel for the generation after mine. TikTok fitness is the worst thing I've ever seen. Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I can probably assume what it is. It's just clout chasing. That's all it is, I think. Yeah, Profit watch Paul Gardner. I think they'd get along. I don't think Profit Fear would get under Paul Carter's skin at all. How to approach cutting is slow and steady the way, or is the risk of muscle loss and on an aggressive cut overblown? I do think it's overblown in most cases. So when it comes to cutting, a lot of the more popular advice that people kind of regurgitate in online fitness is it comes from competitive bodybuilders. Uh, and they just have no room for error since they're getting so lean. But when you're going from like 21 to 15% body fat, you have so much room for error because you actually have fat stores on your body. So you can still make gains on your cut. It won't be optimal, but you can still grow muscle. You don't have to worry about anything as long as your training's in check for the most part. If you're getting super lean, it's a very different story. But for the vast majority of non-competitive recreational hypertrophy enthusiasts, you can go aggressive. And I usually like to aim for once the water weight's off, a pound and a half to 2 weeks, or a pound and a half to 2 pounds per week on a cut. If you're cutting for more than 7 weeks, then you can probably average a little bit lower, at least in the latter half of that cut. But if you're doing a 7 week or under mini cut, then yeah, you can be a little more aggressive and not worry about anything. I don't see fitness content on. I don't see much fitness content on Twitter. Yeah, I saw Destiny respond to a response to Jeff Nippert. I don't even know he was on Twitter. Yeah, that's funny. Twitter's a wild social media app. I would say it's it's better than Instagram and TikTok. It's just more real, it's more authentic, but there are a lot of, like, just I don't even know how to describe them, like, the political commentators that are just so inflammatory, it's almost like it almost seems like not that bad when you compare it to something like Reddit, which is, like, just pure outrage, just pure propaganda outrage, like, their entire homepage. It's so insane, and I feel bad for people that spend a lot of time on sites like that. It's just like, I feel like anybody that, like, genuinely spends a lot of time on Reddit is gonna need a therapist after, like, 3 months of it. Were you born in the 1900s? I mean, I was born in that century. Yeah, I was born in late '98. What's your weight and body fat percentage? 190, 19, 20%? TikTok in general is the worst thing you've ever seen, TBH. Uh, Probably. How do I watch someone who blocked me? Of course. Yeah, you're gonna need a burner profit. Not entirely sure how IG works. I thought I had a filter that was on by default until you change it. I don't even understand the algorithms and filters and whatnot. OMG, he's a 1900s person. I mean to pray for his hairline. No, I got the hair gene. My brother and my dad are both bald. It went bald young, like around 20. I'm 26 and I've got a decent amount of hair as you can see. So I lucked out. Stiff leg deadlifts with barbells hurts my lower back, but dumbbells they don't. Why is that? Because your center of mass changes. It's going to be more quads involved on on a dumbbell stiff leg deadlift in most cases, or you're just going lighter. That's typically going to be it. Have you ever had an issue with your Achilles tendon when doing calf raises standing? I find I can't contract all the way to the top. Not my Achilles tendon, but yeah, getting all the way to the top isn't necessary anyways. You're just so weak in that position that the calves kind of lose leverage. So I would just stop at 75% of the way up, even bottom half partials, where you just go to 90 degrees of ankle flexion at the top. I think that's fine. Pray for his hairline. He's genetically cooked. Yeah, if I lose my hair, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I have to start lifting or something. How do I make sure I'm doing those ab machines correctly? I always feel like I have the seat height incorrect. You just want to focus on spinal flexion and extension. So think about arching your back on the way up and contracting your back. Think about even just kind of bringing like your lower pecs all the way down to your hips as you crunch, and then you'll pretty much whatever seat height that feels best at is probably the right seat height. Don't think about just like tilting forwards. Think about actually closing the distance between your rib cage and your hips, and that should help you quite a bit. How did you become one of the noble natties? Did you have to apply? And what do I do besides developing a respectable physique in the next couple of years in order to be accepted amongst the noble horsemen? uh, no, I mean you just post videos, give your thoughts on lifting, and if it's helpful and useful and compelling, then people will continue to watch it and you'll build a following. And that's basically what happened to me. It wasn't intentional. I just posted videos and people happened to like them, and people with a following happened to shout them out and have me on their channel and whatnot. So I don't think I wouldn't have a following if those people didn't discover the channel. So I I don't really know what I'm doing other than the lifting itself. That's kind of all I do. Do you know Kevin Mann? I don't. Who is that? Is doing shrugs 1 time a week for a couple sets on an upper lower enough? Uh, I mean, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, it kinda depends on the rest of the program. If you have rows that target the traps and deadlifts, then yeah, you should be fine. Some people are going to need if you want to have like overpowering upper traps, you'll probably need to do more than that. But even even once a week, if you're doing a couple sets, if you're doing power shrugs and like really going hard on it, then yeah, that should be fine. If you're just doing like strict kind of, oh, I can't quite get to the top and you stop there, then it's probably not going to quite be enough. Since lengthened bias lifts are more fatiguing and release more calcium ions, you build more muscle by doing shortened bias lifts for the same volume. Am I science based yet? Yeah. Oh, yeah. One thing I was talking about my fears earlier. I forgot to add one. It is calcium ions. What's your opinion on training obliques? Is that profit fears burner? I told you I'm going to start doing them. Have you found anything that's been growing your tries better? JM presses. Absolutely. I just haven't been focusing on arms all that much lately. They're kind of just on maintenance right now, focusing on traps, delts, pecs. Whose programming do you like the most out of the noble natties? Don't count yourself. Well, I was going to say myself, obviously, not just because I'm biased, but because I am the best at it. I'd say it's all fairly similar. GVS is probably my favorite as far as variety and overall exercise selection. I think we probably have the most in common. I know natural hypertrophy and Alex Leonidas tend to be a little bit more free weight focused. I kind of like more machines. I know GVS has like a happy medium, similar to myself in a lot of ways. So we probably have the most or closest aligning philosophies, I would say, when it comes to programming. I train full body 5 times a week with weekly morning sets amounting weekly. Did I say morning? Weekly working sets amounting to 6 to 10 per muscle group. Is this an optimal way to train? If it works for you, yeah. I mean, I know it's generic, basic, non-useful advice, but I've never tried frequency that high, so I wouldn't have any further insight than like in theory it should work, and it has worked for other people. And if it works for you, keep doing it. Thoughts on gymnastics rings? They're fine for what they do, but they're not on the same level as machines. Muscles looking flat, say when I take a day or two off. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That happens to me too. You just lose a little bit of that inflammation and bloat. Thoughts on my friend coaching me to get a FYP, a For You page, which is more likely to land me in a psychiatric ward. I'd say that's a normal Instagram interaction. Do I need a barbell row with a wide grip to target upper back, or does the closer grip still work? They both definitely work. You just want to emphasize maybe flaring the elbows a little bit more, but more importantly, you want to emphasize protracting and retracting your scaps, as well as trying to think about almost shrugging up and back ever so slightly and driving the clavicles up and back a little bit. So as long as you get the shoulder girdle going front to back, that's most of what matters. The grip and elbow flare is going to be a little bit more secondary to that. A closer grip row would stretch the rear delts and traps more. Oops, I said the S word again. Stretch. Took me a second to catch that one. That's hilarious. Yeah, I default to shoulder width or a hair outside. I don't like super wide grip stuff for rows. That is. Wouldn't more stable lifts be more fatiguing because you can drive more force? You'll get more out of the. You'll get more fatigue locally, but systemically no, because you have external stability instead of generating it internally. You've collaborated with other noble natties here and there, and I know you're all busy, but if you guys grew to through to through together even a temporary podcast, I think it would be pretty dang successful. I would love to start a podcast. I just don't know how to do it on my own, and I don't know who to do it with because a lot of my ideas will just directly go into videos, and I wouldn't have a podcast worth of content to talk about on top of that. So it would have to be revolved around lifting mixed with something else, or it would have to be something that is more news based. So it obviously wouldn't be something like a Greg Doucette name drop thing, but it would have to be more like current events related, or it could be talking to another person or having other people like new guests on every time. But it's definitely something I would do. And I've kind of gone back and forth between wanting to get into either into a podcast or into like a live stream like this. So I think I could even maybe combine them. Like I know I did that with Freaky D a while ago where he did a live stream and invited me on. He did that with a few different guys on YouTube. So I would consider doing something like that, even if it's just once a week, having another guy on, whether it's another guy on YouTube or like a subscriber, or like one of my buddies or something. I'd consider something like that. Have you tried OMAD? I have not, but I've heard good things about it from Alex Leonidas. At least back in the day. I don't know if his opinions changed. T-bar landmine row versus seated chest supported machine row. Mm, I would go T-bar, but it kind of depends on the context of your program just a little bit. I like the resistance profile of the T-bar and the ability to cheat a little bit as well, and the ability to stay a little bit more upright because you can get the upper traps a tad more. If calcium ions were so real and scary, then everyone would have built their physique on spider curls and double banded pushdowns. The big three wouldn't exist. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. On the accessories. Thoughts on squeeze moderated atrophy? Yeah. That will be popular in 2026. That's the next one. If you were on if you were one of the subjects training to failure in Schoenfeld's 45 set study, how many RIR do you think you would have training at the same proximity to failure? As them? I don't know. I mean, it would obviously have to be a lot. That's my failure. That's my failure. Hack squat, RDL, and leg press enough for legs, or would it need more for glutes? Depends on your leg press stance and how you do your RDLs. It's hard to say with just the lifts when there's more room for variation within your technique, in your setup. But for upper legs, you can make very good gains using just those 3 lifts. You just have to do it properly. Basement, what's your opinion on behind the neck Smith machine press? I love it. It's in my program now. I got secondhand embarrassment when when Brad said, "That's my failure at 22 RIR." I think there have been 15 questions about behind the neck presses. Yeah, there's been a ton. We're at 346 now. Unreal. Almost at 4 hours. Thoughts on behind the neck press? Actually, I kind of like behind the neck press. It's really good for the side delts, and yes, you can hit the side delts on it. Yeah. When are you going to wrap up? Um, I was thinking about David Gogginsing it to 4 hours, but I don't know. If there's a few more good questions, I'll stick with it. But if it's kind of getting repetitive, I might wrap it up in a second. No, don't leave me. I have to do behind the neck presses, bro. Do you ever get golfer's elbow from preacher curls? I do not. Is neutral grip chest work better or worse? It's just different. I would say pronated is usually going to be the way to go, but neutral grip can work really well too. No way he's still in live. OMG. Yeah, I am. The game doesn't start till 7. Can you find a benefit to super wide grip pull-ups for the back? Fully contracting the lats. I mean, lower traps getting hit pretty well through them. What do you think is the longest you've ever grinded out a rep? I know I've done a 10-second concentric the first time I hit 285 on bench. That was nuts. I had it on video and it was a genuine 10-second grind. Hey man, just wanted to say you've been a major inspiration for me. You've kept me natty and definitely helped me progress in strength. And I know I don't need to say it, but keep doing what you're doing, man. Much appreciated. Yeah, my goal with the channel isn't to I mean, it's a fine tactic to warn about the downsides of PEDs, but I think one of the marks that misses is you're not propping up what's possible naturally when you focus on that, so you have to focus on both, and I'm not an expert on PEDs, so I don't have a whole ton to say on that, but I would say I have a lot of, respect and motivation for natural lifting, and I think if I can kinda bring that to light, then it can help a lot of people that don't need steroids. Thoughts on behind pressing neck downs? You're helping more people than you probably know. Much appreciated. What exercise do you recommend to bias upper chest? Incline presses. I think I did a 4 plus second rep on my first time doing incline push downs. Let's go. That's excellent. Basement, I have an instability problem with my incline dumbbell press. What is the solution? I already have a lot of Smith machine work. Uh, well, it's not an instability problem. It's just a slightly less stable lift. What I would say is try and keep your forearms mostly vertical. They can cave in just a tiny little bit, but try and limit that so it's mostly upper pecs. And other than that, it all just comes down to you controlling the weight. It's not the most stable lift ever. So you just have to accept that. And if you want to keep doing it, it is what it is. Do you notice your performance drop after not getting adequate sleep? I find myself finishing my workouts at 1 a.m. and being up at 5 a.m. for work the next day. Um, in the short term, no. I am actually I used to placebo myself into not working as hard in the gym when I didn't get sufficient sleep. And then one day I forgot that I didn't sleep good and my performance was how it usually was. And I think I hit a couple PRs. So I was like, wait, I could actually train just as hard after a bad night of sleep. So it's not an excuse to not sleep good, but in the short term, if you have one bad night of sleep, I think you'll be totally fine. There was actually, I flew down to visit a couple buddies down south last year, and I had to get up for my flight at like 4 a.m. And whenever I have to get up super early like that, I uh, worry myself into not sleeping good. So I did not fall asleep. And then I got on the plane, flew down, and lifted with my buddy at 2 a.m. the next day. So I'd gone well over 24 hours without sleeping, and I hit a perfectly fine workout down south. So one night's of bad sleep is fine. You can train. You can train fine that way, but once they start to pile up, it will start to negatively impact your gains. You'll probably maintain at best. So short term, it's fine. Don't placebo yourself into a bad workout, but yeah, don't let it linger on. What game at 7? Jets and Blues guy. Blues will win. I dislike both teams. I don't hate the Jets, I just think they're overrated. I don't think they're very good at all. What kind of music do you listen to? A little bit of everything. Thank you for your road to 18-inch arms. I put around 5/8 of an inch on my arms in just over 4 months using your information naturally, of course. That's very good progress. That's very good, yeah. Love to hear it. What do you do with a lagging chest as a novice? Should you add extra volume or worry about it later? No, just get good at what's in front of you. Have excellent technique and keep getting it better. Keep improving your intensity, and those are the variables that get you to grow. Once you have like a lagging area when you're closer to advanced, you'll know that it is a lagging area, and then you can figure out the rest of the stuff later. NGL, if I can get as buff as Mr. Basement, let's go, then I don't need roids. I'm not an impossible level physique, and sometimes it almost feels like a slap in the face to hear that when you're a little bit earlier on in your lifting career, where I've been lifting for 8, 9 years, whatever it is at this point. It can feel like, "Oh, well, it's easy for you to say when you're already there," but it's like, I'm not I'm not special. I'm really not. My level of physique, it's very much possible. It just does it takes a lot of work and a lot of consistency for a while, and you can get there, definitely. I'm not a freak of nature or anything by any means. Not to, like, downplay the progress I've made, but I'm not anything crazy special. In terms of PEDs, natural hypertrophy told me I should just microdose bee pollen. Yeah. Thoughts on chin ups? I really like them. It's a good lift, good for the lats, overrated for the biceps. Thoughts on behind the how jacked we're getting? Can't even believe how jacked we're getting on behind the neck press. I love incline push downs so much, even though I did them for the first time Wednesday. Very good lift. I like them a lot, especially once you get pretty strong on push downs. Normal tricep push downs equal most overrated mainstream exercise of all time. They're a good lift to get more out of less weight on. I find if you go light, they're fine, but once you start getting strong, you just have to find a way to get more out of less weight, whether it's going purposely very slow or just using yeah, using much stricter technique, then I find they're fine. But yeah, they're definitely not, the progressive overload potential isn't very good on them. What do you think about low to high cable flies for upper chest? Seen a seated and cuffed version on Instagram. They're okay. I mean, I still like I still like regular presses better for the upper pecs. What do you work outside the gym? Like for a job, I just do the channel full time. Well, coaching's my job through the channel, but I've worked in gyms in my adult life, my entire adult life, nothing else. Have you seen anything from Ryan McClellan, amazingly strong and lean natty who balances calisthenics, powerlifting, and bodybuilding? I have seen a lot of his content actually. Not a lot, but I've seen him a handful of times on Instagram, and he's super impressive. Thoughts on almost less than human? He's funny. Basement, I am a novice, but my legs are genetically huge. Can I ignore them? No, you have to do legs 3 times a week, bro. No, you can keep them on a slightly lower priority. What I would do is just use what leg days you have to do a little bit more upper body work. So if you're doing like an upper lower split, you can put some trap work and some ab work on your leg days if you want. And doing leg lifts where you get a little bit more upper body work in the process is helpful too. So like a stiff leg deadlift, even a pen leg row if your glutes and hams are doing all right. What are your favorite chest movements aside from Smith bench? Any converging selectorized machine press I really like. Pec deck, and those are kind of my go-tos. What was your volume to 18-inch arms for biceps and triceps a week? Biceps is 4 to 6 total sets a week, triceps 6 to 8. It sounds crazy low, but the intensity was insanely high and my frequency was pretty good too. How to turn a lat pull down into a lengthened movement. You can't. You don't necessarily want to either. Um, because it's a vertical pull, your lats aren't really going to be stretching around your rib cage at the top. But if you use a little bit of cheat, it'll make it a little bit more mid to lengthen bias. And that's why a lot of jacked bodybuilders do cheat lat pull downs instead of being mid to short biased. Mr. Basement is your new name. It is. I can't remember who started that, but it was probably a year ago or so. Actually, it might have been when I started the channel. I feel like I remember that ever since I've been posting videos. What's your favorite exercise? Sumo deadlifts. We got the same head shape. What do you tell your barber when getting your haircut? Uh, I don't tell him anything in particular. I just showed him a picture. Like I needed to fix my hair, and I just looked up like medium length men's hair and just found one that I thought would work for me. And I just showed him a picture and he whipped it up. So I just medium length layered middle part, and that's probably all you need to do. 100 anyone beats a gorilla, really? I mean, probably, but I don't know. 'Cause, like, what are you gonna do to a gorilla? Like, what I don't know, like, how do you, are you gonna, like, bite it or, like, punch it? Like, I don't know, it just seems too tough. Thoughts on preacher hammer curls with a neutral grip tricep bar? Just try to feel so much more stable than a dumbbell hammer curl, feel 10 times better and more grindable with good form. I have a couple clients that really like them. I've tried them a handful of times, and, they feel good. So they're solid. Thoughts on blah? I keep getting these. What do you think of resistance bands? Is it a good home replacement for cable exercise, or is it a cope? Not ideal, but if you have to do like a maintenance session or something, or whatever when you're on vacation or like home for a week from school or something, it's a fine substitute in the short term. But I would try and get like a little DIY or like a very basic cable setup, and that should do the trick pretty well. Thoughts on the new fad of dropping the eccentric to get more concentrics? It's so stupid. People are starting to overthink these things. The whole dead stopping, skip the eccentric to get more they're I don't think they're not really thinking. Is there a problem in not tracking your progress as long as I train near failure? I'm too lazy to track. You can grow fine that way, but most YouTube fitness channels will not tell you that because they're geared towards beginners. So it's good for them to be saying that to beginners and people that are a little bit more apprehensive to pushing themselves. Um, but ultimately, tracking is it's just recording the progress. Um, Tracking isn't making you progress. Making you progress and making you progress. Training hard is making you progress. That's the stimulus. You don't have to track. It is very useful, I would say, but you don't have to grow. What's your religion? Do not have a religion, at least as of now. I've never really thought about it. How old are you? 26. Jesus, you're still alive. I am. Hey, Basin, my left shoulder has been hurting because of weighted pull-ups. Been doing weighted chins instead, but hurts a little bit still. Should I continue doing them? I'd probably take a deload on those. I it's impossible to give injury advice like that or pain or discomfort advice. That's anything more than like a generic deload or brief rotation. Wrist extensions worth it? Probably not for most people. I'd say reverse and hammer curls are going to be where it's at. Why don't you grow your beard? I can't. Um, I don't have enough facial hair. I can just get a little chin patch going, and then obviously have a decent little mustache. Nothing crazy, but it's enough to grow. Uh, it wouldn't look good on me anyways. Like a beard wouldn't look good on me. I don't think. Who would win 100 base and bodybuilding, or 100 rooftop powerlifting, or 100 backyard calisthenics, or 100 front yard strongman, or 100 bedroom recovery? The front yard strongman, I'd say. Thoughts on GTA 6 delayed till May 2026? Ugh. As long as Skate 4 comes out before that, I'm satisfied. What's your take on the most attractive physique to girls? I don't know. I'm not a girl. I don't know. It's probably 15% body fat, late intermediate levels of muscle, and just having like broad shoulders, I would say. Thoughts on frog physique? Frogs are not very aesthetic. GTA 7 coming out before GTA 6. Yeah, I can see that. Um, where do you land on the political spectrum? I wouldn't say. Well, I am an extremist. No, I'm kidding. Little bit of everything. It's I have some strong opinions, but they're not all in one direction. They're kind of dispersed. So I can't say I land anywhere. I don't want to say I'm like in the middle because that's just like a weird cop out I find, but there are some that people would say are kind of progressive and then there's some that people would say are pretty conservative. So it is a little bit of both. Thoughts on Cassim putting the scientific snitch on blast for misconstruing research. That's hilarious. I actually didn't see it, but that is very funny. Most aesthetic animal, caracal, I would say. based. What countries have you traveled to? The US. Are you a fan of Bernie Sanders? I don't know enough about Bernie. I really don't. I know he's from Vermont. That's about it. Would you rather grow bigger arms or a bigger basement? I mean, the bigger basement would probably help me get bigger arms. How was your day? It was good. Kind of a chill day today. I didn't sleep great last night, so I pushed my lift back to tomorrow. So I just checked in with clients in the morning and early afternoon, made some lunch, and then hopped on the live stream. What do you guys think is the most aesthetic animal out of curiosity, besides frogs? Gorilla, dog. Yeah, some dogs. Chicken. Oh man, they're actually very aesthetic. Cats. What do you think about caracals, just out of curiosity? Tiger. Yeah. Hairless chimps. Kangaroo. Yeah. I mean, they're just broad in the narrow in the clavicles, but they're just jacked, stacked and jacked and stacked. Horses. Yeah. Bison. Yeah. Hippo. Right. Jaguars are sick. The animals are cool too. Cheetah. Caracals, yeah. Oh, big floppa. Have you guys seen that thing? Holy moly. Love them. Kittens, yeah. I got a couple cats. Peter and Keith. Rhino, yeah, they're pretty sick. Mike O'Hearn's dog. I actually don't know what his dog is. Did you get bullied in high school? No. There was one kid that would like talked some stuff behind my back, but it definitely wasn't bullying. I don't think he would have said it to me in person. Beatles. I just started watching Fear Factor. They have to eat beetles in one of the episodes live. Any near death experiences? No. What's your prescription? I actually don't know. My fiance just forced me to get health insurance, so I have my first eye doctor's appointment in like a decade next month. What's the biggest you were as a teenager? Maybe 180, 18% body fat, roughly. I focused a bit on legs, at a decent size upper body. It was something like I might have been a little bit later, but I can't remember. Do you read books? Yeah. We're proud of you, Landon. Appreciate it. Giraffes have the best yolk. I feel like their neck length to girth ratio isn't that great. Do you believe in the theory of evolution? I don't know. It's so complex that I can't come up with a solution. I unfortunately can't figure out how the earth was created. I think you life is kind of boring. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't think most people would want my life, but I do, obviously. I'm a boring person. Are you into astronomy? I'm not. What book are you reading currently? King of Dogs, Superman or Batman? Haven't seen either. That's what I'm saying about a boring life. Mr. Baseman, are you German? No, I am Polish, English, a little bit of Italian, and I live in the US. That's on the Kal- Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. I don't know. Favorite food? Fruit roll-ups. I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't know. You can't go wrong with pizza. Very basic. Can't go wrong though. Ever do any martial arts? No. How long do cuts and bulks typically last for you nowadays? Bulks are a couple of years. Cuts are usually 6 weeks. I can tell you're Polish from the cranium development. Actually, favorite piece of music from a video game, like a soundtrack or a particular song. And one that was made purely for the game or one that was happened to be in the game? Because most of the soundtracks I listen to are old shell soundtracks. They're not made particularly for the game, obviously, but they are a little bit more niche music since they don't have a huge budget, or maybe they have the budget, but they're not gonna spend it. Most exciting day of your life? I have no idea. Maybe, I had a couple big hockey games in high school that were pretty fun. Proposing to my fiancée was a pretty exciting day. Favorite pizza topping? Oh, you guys are gonna hate me, it's pineapple. Favorite piece of music from a video game? I'll go back to that. If I had to pick my favorite soundtrack, I'd probably say the Chell 13 soundtrack. Thoughts on Matt Irving? Seems like a cool guy. I like some of his stuff. I haven't seen a whole ton of it, but he's commented on some of my videos. I've seen some of his and whatnot. How'd you meet Miss Basement? Oh, you'll never guess. It was at the gym. I just had a weird vibe that she liked me, and then I asked her out and it worked. She stuck around for whatever reason. Pineapple's good on pizza. Let's go. Let's go. People actually agree with me. What's a book you recommend? I got a large bookshelf and free and want to fill it up. I just got into reading. King of Dogs is pretty fun so far. Do you play TF2? TF. What is TF2? Are your parents still alive? Yes. Would you rather expand your basement gym vertically or horizontally? Do you have autism? Probably. Basement, how is your upbringing? Do you come from money? I had a very weird, not, I had a very interesting upbringing. I don't come from money. I came from a family that was heavily impacted by the recession in 2008. So I had a taste of like middle class, maybe borderline into upper middle class when I was very young. And then that went away very quickly when I was 9. And then I did not come from money after that at all. Um, I had an interesting upbringing where I had to I have great parents and I have a great family, but I had to kind of mature at a very young age. Team Fortress 2, no, I've never heard of it. How would you name a fitness channel if you had to do it again? I want to make a channel eventually, but I can't come up with a decent name. I don't know because I'm when I have to think of something, I tend to not be creative. I have to come up with it kind of accidentally. Um, I have no advice for you. I wish I was more creative. Pineapple's great and it's a healthy topping. Yes, it is. King of Dogs by Andrew something? Edward? Andrew Edward? I don't know. I can I can't remember, but there's no other books called that. You'd be able to find it. Do you watch global news? I don't. I don't watch the news. Do you have a Goodreads account? I don't, but I can see some reviews from my Kindle on there. I might make an account at some point. If I do and you guys want to like I don't know if you like can follow people and whatnot, but if I do, I'll let you guys know and maybe a future live stream. Pepperonis unbeatable and peak anabolism. Yeah. If you get like the little pepperonis that cup up, yeah, those are pretty sick. If you could take a pill that'll allow you to preserve your current body with a sedentary lifestyle, would you take it? No, because it's important for your mental health. I'm not super attached to the process of lifting, but other physical activities I do really enjoy. Will a 225 pause bench reps guarantee big pecs for most people? Uh, maybe not big, but you'll have pecs, yeah. Do you eat red meat? Not really, no. I actually just tried it for the first time, like, last year at 25 years old. I'm laughing at how the fitness question just stopped. Now it's just a bunch of craziness. Yeah, well, I'm getting, my brain's getting a little fried. I've been on here for over 4 hours, so I can't keep going in depth on fitness stuff. I feel like my brain's fried of it right now, so and I'm feeding into it. How do you remain so calm when there's so much BS on YouTube fitness channels? Well, it's because this channel's been very successful. It's not the biggest channel or anything, but it attracts like-minded lifters like myself. So it shows that there's a good community out there. Also, is there any way to donate? You have helped my lifting journey a ton and influenced my programming massively. Much appreciated, and that's very thoughtful of you. I turned ads off for this one, uh, just because I didn't want to have to deal with it. I might put ads on in the future, or turn on donations or whatever, but as of now, no. But that is very thoughtful, and I really do appreciate it. You purchase most of your gym equipment from Facebook Marketplace. I never realized how many banger deals there are. Yeah, there's a ton. Yes, you can follow on Goodreads. I just find it interesting to see what others read. Yeah, I will. I'll probably make an account on there at some point soon, and when I do, I'll mention it on my next live stream. Or if you want to just ask me on like a comment, then I'll probably see it. I try and read pretty much every comment, even if I'm unable to get back to all of them. Hey, basement, come to Syria. It's pretty cool here. I've heard I am limited by my lack of passport. Favorite conspiracy? Oh, I don't know. I used back in like the 2017, 18, 19. I used to watch so many of like the conspiracy guys on Joe Rogan. Like me and my buddies who just we just watch them and we'd have such a kick out of watching them. It was so funny. But I don't remember many of them really. Basement, do you have friends in real life? I do. Yeah, a lot of them have moved across the country. A lot of them are from high school that live in various states now, but I do keep in touch with all my close friends. The not so close friends I don't keep in touch with regularly. I tend to not be very good about reaching out to people. That's kind of one of my big flaws, but I can reconnect with people pretty easily, so I'm not too concerned with it. But I have a handful of friends I definitely do keep in touch with. Most underrated exercise, I'd still say it's either preacher curls or Smith JM press. Could you see yourself moving to Canada? It's not too bad here. I could not see myself moving to Canada. No, I don't think I'd leave the US, just mostly because of family. And it's beautiful here too. I love it. Not that Canada isn't, but I do see myself traveling to Canada at some point, though. Are preacher curls your special interest? Might as well be. What did you hear about Syria? I've heard people, or there was a guy from there at a gym I used to go to, and he liked it. Obviously, he moved to the US instead, so how much did he really like it? But yeah, he did like it. Jesus, bro, is still going. I am. What did you major in? Never went to college. How's that for a boring life? What is your job? I'm a YouTuber. No, I've always worked in gyms, and when I started making the channel, my following here beat beat uh beat my following in real life. So I've switched to online coaching. The legend is live. I am a legend. The best basement YouTube fitnesser of all time. Advice on making friends. Uh, I'm not a super outgoing person, so I would say spend a lot of your time in social events, play sports, and avoid small talk. Like small talk sucks. Get into legit conversations because like we're guys. We like to think deep and talk deep about things when we're not actively doing something. And I find one of the best ways to make friends, like all of my best friends were like going through something difficult together. It was never just like meeting up for a beer and just like talking about random things, right? So it's always been camaraderie that builds true friendships. So try and find something you can build camaraderie through. Thoughts on behind the neck preacher girl? So many people are going to be confused by that. Do you think coaching is financially stable? Yeah, I do think so. I mean, I make roughly the same amount each month. It's pretty stable, but I'm not overly concerned about it. I don't live a very fancy lifestyle, so it's not a massive concern to me. But if I lived closer to like living paycheck to paycheck, then yeah, it would probably drive me nuts. I'm just not like that. Current preacher curl PR, 120 for 4. Hair care and care routine. Hair care is very easy. I do shampoo every day. I use low hold pomade. I don't do skincare. I just wash my face in the shower. Will you ever do a 150 preacher curl? Yeah, probably when I'm like in my maybe 30 or so. I do think I can get to there. All of the conversations with my friend are either political or religious. Yeah, I get into some of it with my friends. A couple of my friends are like you can't bring it up with them. But I'm a very like I'm a very curious person. So usually when I talk politics with friends, I'm like I kind of like I'm not like super smart. I don't know everything, but I kind of play devil's advocate a lot. So it's almost I'm not like somebody that's going to be positively reinforcing a lot of people's views a lot of the time. I mean, that's how I am, like, with this whole channel and lifting. I'm always like, "Wait, this is the consensus, this is what everybody thinks, but, like, why is everybody kind of ignoring this?" Start selling random fitness crap to make more money. No. If this is ever not financially stable or I just want to make more money, it's gonna be through something else. Like, I'm not gonna sell out or sell stuff that I don't believe in on this channel. No way. It's just not like, why would I ruin something that's going so well? How big will your arms get? 150 preacher, probably 18.5 inches. I'm head to bed. It's midnight. Sleep well. Take your melatonin and read well. I'm kidding. Thoughts on front squats? They're fine. They're pretty good if you have limited equipment. If you want a quad bias squat, you don't have to worry about intentionally forcing your knees forwards. Where can I buy pants? No cargos fit me. They hug my calves and thighs. Ever since I started working with Barbell Apparel, I never take their jeans off. I literally wear them 24/7. Like, I don't even wear sweatpants anymore. So, I'm wearing them now. Athletic Fit 2.0 jeans. The black ones are my favorite, but the blue ones are clean right now, so that's why I'm wearing them. I have a gray pair too, which I really like. Do you have an actual house? I expect it's only a basement for true authenticity. Yes, it is only a basement. There happens to be a house above it. All right. So I think I'm going to wrap it up. We've been going over 4 hours at this point. Unless I'll do a 30-second kind of final call here. I'll probably answer one, maybe two more questions. Good night, bro. Good night, brother. No. Yes. Cool stream. See ya. Peace out, guy. Zercher squats. Haven't tried them. I haven't experimented with them enough. Night basement, sleep well. Good night, Tim. Sodium and Joy are crying. Please do weekly live. Oh, this was to kind of test out for that, so I'm very much considering it. Thanks, Mr. Basement. Thank you, Amir. Thanks for joining. Thank you, BB. Thank you for joining. We're all crying. Me too, honestly. Me too. Thought bro would never stop. Oh, now you're provoking me. Is this reverse psychology? No, thanks guys for joining. So what I'm thinking with it is I think I got to about maybe 2.5 to 3 hours of good, like informative fitness related questions that I could answer in like a good fresh state of mind. For the past like hour, I haven't had the mental capacity to be able to continue to answer those questions. But I think it was fun to be able to get a mix of like fitness related stuff and kind of just like shoot the shit on random questions. So it's fun stuff, but I enjoyed it and I appreciate everybody sticking around. So I'll end it there. Let me do one last look. Monthly live would be more special. Consider it. I might just do it randomly too. Bombaclat. All right. Peace out, everybody. See you soon.